Right. Uh, I want to play Overwatch, or do I want to play? I don't know. I want to play a little bit of everything. I wonder if they updated tier lists yet. Hmm. Oh, they have them all finally. Let's go. Okay. The only other one I would want would be this one. You have to wait. Oh wait, hold on.
Athlone TV is now live. Streaming World of Warcraft, SoD Ret Pally PvP.
Gonna run out of breath. Oh, I could have kicked that. I forgot I have rebuke now. Cast again. Hang it. Haha. Bitch just went through the fucking map. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh my god. Dude, that thing is so fast. What the fuck?
what could I possibly owe the exceedingly special honor of a person such as yourself as company? Truly it says much of my current companions, with no offense to my hosts, the noble Grells and Satyrs, that your presence could be considered an improvement. But please do not let my uncivil tongue drive you from the place. It has indeed been many years, decades even, since I had civil accompaniment.
Still recharging. That spell isn't. Can't cast that yet. Still recharging. Can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. Can't cast that yet.
Oh my god, big damn.
Still recharging. That spell isn't. Can't cast that yet. That's can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. Can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. That's still recharging. Can't cast that yet. That spell isn't. recharging. I need a target. I need to get closer. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. Can't cast that yet.
Indeed. The Grells of Bashal Aran do not possess that which I am searching. However, they have come into contact with it recently. Recently. I would reckon that by your time, not mine. Recent for me stretches into the veil of the past, almost another age.
Still recharging. That spell isn't ready. Can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. Can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I need a target. I can't cast that yet.
Oh my god, man.
It is hard for me to even believe that what I hold now is that which has held me for so long. Let us waste no time, adventurer. When the seal is destroyed, I might walk the forests of the earth freely again.
That yet. Charging. That's easy. Charging. Spell isn't ready yet. Can't cast that yet. Charging.
What?
Yeah, the ghost attacking my reindeer.
A ghost attacking us?
And the one reindeer over the rest of the one of the reindeer fell.
Wendy.
Yeah, but I got it stapled in there. It's just...
am listening. Farewell.
May Elune walk with you, adventurer. The Temple of the Moon has come to help the troubled citizens of Oberdeen. Another discovery. Well done, adventurer. These remains will be properly studied once they get to Darnassus. Please accept this small honorarium in exchange for the remains you have provided for our study. So the crystal exists, adventurer? Fascinating. Anyway, your task has been well executed. Good work. What exactly is this crystal? This is but a single question in a sea of questions. Another question that comes to mind is why the Moonkin would be drawn to this object. Is the crystal benign in nature, or does it hold a more sinister purpose? I have many more questions, but we're going to need to examine that crystal closely to get some answers.
Feel free to browse.
I have 1 gold now. Wow. Look at that.
Be careful.
Greetings, lad. If you're looking for the best deals you'll find outside of Ironforge itself, then you've come to the right place. You've done us here in Oberdeen a great service, lad. We'll make sure that their effects are properly taken care of. As for you, please have this. It is the least I can do for someone with the bravery to set things right. charging.
The fuck is it? Oh my, what? That's so blended in.
Drink your water. You need to sip on that throughout the day so you don't dehydrate.
Well, it would seem that even though we know more about this crystal, more unanswered questions are the result. I'll take the information you've uncovered to the council here in Aberdeen. Perhaps they'll know a course of action to follow on this crystal. Well, that is, if there is one to be taken. For now, the threat remains far enough to our east to be out of harm's way. As for you, please have this. Consider it a reward for a job well done, adventurer.
Go in peace.
My dishwasher on fire.
Isn't ready yet. That's still exciting.
What brings you?
My dishwasher on fire.
Recharging. Charging.
Reduced by 16%? Hello? No? You try and pull my mouth. doesn't 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 hurt too much right now, just really sore. Really sore. A lot of pressure. But I don't wanna. The doctor says I shouldn't be doing anything stressful the next 2 days. Because right now there's a blood clot that's in there that's trying to heal. I think that's what's going on. I do want to work, but trying to get me to come in tomorrow. Me, man. Go AFK. I die. Top left wisdom tooth. Decaying and rotting out of my mouth. So far, it's not so bad at the moment. I want a game, though. I'm bored. If I hop on Apex Legends, do you want to try to do... in-game zone comp? Oh. I am. Not at all. It's probably the most fun game to play by yourself. I just enjoy playing video games with friends even more. The fuck's this bitch at, man? Why haven't I not seen her?
Spell isn't ready yet. Can't cast that
Oh,
yet.
there she is.
Spell isn't
Fight the whole fucking world to get to her, though. Which is level 16.
We have few records from the time around the War of the Ancients, especially near the destruction of the Well of Eternity. Given the upheaval and cataclysmic events that were taking place, it is no big surprise. Thank you, Adventurer. With your help, my work here is finished, and I will be able to deliver a full report to the Circle.
Yeah.
You wanna write Rebecca and her daughter's name on there, and then I'll just hang it on the tree next to the other one. That way she don't see it until then.
No, you can write to Rebecca.
Oh,
I
it
don't
should be
care.
in your handwriting.
No, who cares? She don't know
What's
my
your
handwriting
daughter's
anyway. August,
August.
like the month. Yep.
Is Rebecca's name spelled with one B or two?
Two. Hold on. Rebecca.
Got one B, two C's.
Yeah.
It's not ready yet.
Big damn.
Recharging. Look that right now. Inventory is full.
Hmm.
that spell is. I can't carry anymore.
Hmm.
Inventory is full.
Mm.
I need to target something first.
I wonder if there's a weak aura for that.
don't have a target. That's good. I need a target. I can't carry anymore. Charging. I can't stand it. That spell isn't ready yet. Can't cast that yet.
Oh, we are grabbing those.
Still charging. Spell isn't ready yet. Charging. Can't start yet. Spell isn't ready.
No, no, no.
Can't start yet.
Well, this house on fire.
Eric,
Hey, what?
I gotta get my sketch I was telling you about.
You got your teeth out?
Inventory is
Ah, shit. Hold on. 1 second. I'm trying to. I gotta get rid of something that doesn't. It's cheap. We gotta figure that out. Whatever.
I just want to show you because if your sketch starts doing this, I want you to ban it.
still reach.
Hold on, I'm trying not to die. Pause.
Real quick. Yeah, hanging down.
One on that far end, here, right? Yeah. What about it?
So annoying when I'm not wearing my teeth, that I can feel it.
Well, mine are like,
Constantly wanna.
mine's like up in the hole. I can't see it.
This is what happens when you start healing.
Gotcha.
I'm just saying that when your skin's like that, you don't have teeth to hold it up in there.
Mm-hmm.
You're just gonna have to try to. It's very annoying.
Well, I don't feel it. Well, mine's gonna probably dissolve here in the next day or two. Yours don't. Oh, mine's probably already starting to go away. I don't even feel it.
The Loon be with you. I am honored. Till next we meet.
That's still charging.
Oh my god. The fuck, man. Yeah, Rebuke is huge.
Spell isn't ready yet.
Oh my.
Charging. Fantastic. That spell is. Not ready yet.
Valhalla.
Good luck, Red. Thank you, adventurer. Perhaps it would have been better if I had done it myself. But even after these thousands of years, I couldn't bear to raise my hand against my beloved. Please, I would be alone with my grief.
What? Hi there, I'm Gubba Blump.
See you soon.
Another discovery for us to research. Well done, adventurer. These remains will be properly studied once they get to Darnassus. Please accept this small honorarium in exchange for the remains you have provided for our study. Ah, I believe you discovered one that was originally being examined by the Explorers League. They have a presence here in Darkshore, and they had mentioned that they were studying one of the beached creatures until they were chased out by the Murlocs. You appear to have succeeded where we both have not. Please, accept this honorarium on behalf of the Temple of the Moon.
You have done Oberdeen a great service, adventurer, but your task is not yet complete. Return to me once you have rested, and adventurer, prepare your mind and soul for more bloodshed. Wash the blood from your garments, adventurer, and do not mourn what you had to do. Instead, give thanks. You have lessened the threat to our people here in Oberdeen, even if Darkshore is still in jeopardy from the effects of fell moss.
Greetings. What is
I am on. Though it is surely a figment of my imagination, I feel as though I can almost feel the taint of foul, highborn magic upon them. I will have these destroyed, so that their long dormant evil might never be released again.
Yeah.
That one will take the hunger away a little bit.
You bring applesauce too? Thank you. Thank you.
The grace with which I fight is not something I can teach you, but I can teach you the use of various weapons. May the stars guide you.
Need help? See you around. Be careful. Hello. Farewell.
What brings you here?
I am honored.
The loom be with you.
I can train you in first aid techniques. Farewell.
Wait, what? What is this? What? How the fuck did I just get this thing? Fucking sick.
But to maintain our link to the mainland, we have hippogriffs constantly flying between Rutheran Village and Darkshore.
I'm so fast.
What's up YouTube, Mr. LimeSC here, and today I want to talk about the real reason that runewords feel so good in Diablo 2. Now, since the release of Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction expansion, runewords have been a key component of itemization in the game. Some people love the power that they bring, some people hate how much they have just replaced other gear, but one thing that we can all agree on is how much fun they are to find and create. Now this is a look into why runewords feel so good. Diablo 2 itemization has always been known for being varied and superb, having items of every rarity find some value. I'll give you some examples. Oh, look at this beautiful gray wand. You have those. You have beautiful blue items. You have beautiful rare items. You have your set items. It's a Tal's armor, it's a little small. You've got beautiful unique items. You have your rune words. You have even beautiful crafted items, right? There is just a lot of gorgeous items that just exist within the game. They have a fantastic affix pool, and then with some great coding as well, the chase for the GG items always keeps you on your toes and itching for more, and there's good balance throughout playing the game of how those affixes and stuff level up and improve. Now, one of the key pieces that I want to highlight of itemization is unique items in Diablo 2. While some of them are just downright awful, many are built in such a fabulous way that it's hard to even describe. I'll try my best though. Now, they range from decent items that you can use along the way to complete build-altering uniques that can transform your character into like a bear or something, right? Their affix pool often stretches into places unattainable by any other item in the game, creating unique cases for certain item bases that you would normally stay away from. A good example could be Bariza, right? You get this 80% increased attack speed. Nobody's using a ballista, but with 80% IAS, now you're like, maybe actually. Of course, mixed with the piercing attacks, the max damage on character level, and other pieces to it. Nice and easy, right? So you can have some of these. Now, you have that, but sometimes you can also have downsides, such as 25% chance to cast level 1 teleport when struck on an otherwise very solid unique item. You, of course, as well have some pieces that are just iconic stats, just beautiful, 2 to skills, life and mana per, damage reduction, 50% MF, just best in slot items for many characters in many cases. Now, sometimes you'll find the downside, sometimes these items will only be useful for specific PvP cases, and sometimes they'll be, only if it rolls correctly. See a way with 2 open sockets. 1 open socket, it's okay, but you lose a lot of the value that you would otherwise have, right? Regardless of the use case though, good uniques always provide a feeling of accomplishment when you do find them. The biggest difficulty with unique items, though, is finding the ones that you want. Let's say you are hunting for a good old Griffin's Eye. Let me see if I have that. Oh, there's some Trex. There's some Mage Fist. Again, just nice examples of solid items. And there is our beautiful Griffin's Eye. So let's say you were hunting for this. With decent magic find, you'd probably have around a 1 in 25,000 chance of finding it off of a unique monster. This is the unique mobs that you'll find in the pit, or you'll find in the Chaos Sanctuary, or whatever it is. But not the ones from the seals, the other ones. Just the high level area ones that have those. Maybe it can't drop from seal. I don't know, actually. Regardless, you have roughly something around there. Could be a couple thousand more, a couple thousand less. Again, depends on your magic find, but hey, what's a few thousand between friends? Now, let's say you go around the pit and you kill about, on average, 7 unique monsters per run. This means after 3,571 pit runs, you would finally have killed 25,000 bosses, which would give you a 63.2% chance of having found griffins by that point. So even after killing the 25,000, you still have a 36.8% chance that you did not even get it. Pretty rough, right? But wait, Mr. Llama, why are you talking about unique so much? I thought that this was a video about runewords. And it is. You are correct. But I wanted to first go over uniques because of my next statement. This is why it feels so good right here. Runewords are just unique items that are parted out. This is the magic about them, and this is why they feel amazing. Griffins is now split up into 4 parts, and every time you find a part of it, there is excitement. When you think about runewords, I want you to really think about how a final built runeword is. It takes from affixes that are in the unique pool. It's built in its own unique way. It literally just is a unique item. But they've broken it down. And that is where the joy comes in. Let's use the runeword Call to Arms, for example.
I'm not in pain. Should I take it?
Call to Arms is Am, Rao, Mal, Ist, Om, and a 5 open socket flail or crystal sword, whatever your base of choice is. Right? So, it's this, but you can already see that it's got things like plus to skills, battle command, battle orders, magic find, right? It has a unique presence of what it does that you would not be able to get within the normal affix pool. Now, looking at this, you have now a target that requires 6 different items to get. So getting your Am rune and Rao rune, probably not too difficult, but hey, you can go ahead and get those pretty early, and now you're, 2/6 the way there, 1/3 the way there. Then you go and get a 5 open socket base. If this is solo self-found, that might be a little bit harder to go get. So when you find that, you'll get a little bit more excited. Now you go along and you do the forge. Oh, you drop Malrune or Istrune. Maybe you're doing some lower Kuros runs later. You pick up the other one. And now you're 5/6 of the way there. You still need the Ohm Rune, but you're feeling the progress that is going along. You aren't sitting there just saying, hey, I either get the whole thing or I get nothing and I don't know how close I am. Now it's just, I'm this one little piece away from it. And then when you're running the Chaos Sanctuary later that week and an Ohm Rune drops, you burst out with excitement because you finally have the final piece. But that is not all, because the fun doesn't even stop there, because you then get to roll the item. You get to put the runes in and...
Alright, almost done with the damage.
Yeah, I'm here. He's dead.
No.
Don't.
Oh my god, SoD! You swift this.
Yeah, he's a swift down.
You're so fucking lame, man. I use a 5 to down to this.
I found him.
Yeah, I'm here. He's dead.
No. Don't. Up. Oh my god, SoD! You swift this.
Yeah, he's a swift down.
You're so fucking...
So we have Wailing Caverns queued up. I have Feral. I have not used Wild Strikes yet. I have not used Mangle yet. And I have a rune that's going to give me Savage Roar, just to top it off. Anyone want to go to Wailing Caverns? Zeroji? Level 25 Hunter. This is going to be gross. I don't have Shred yet. Do I even have Rake? Do I have any? I literally only have Mangle. I wish I was level 22. Like, I don't know how hard Shred's going to hit, but it's kind of like literally not having my main damage. It's like a rogue Sinister Striking with daggers. That's kind of what I'm doing right now without Shred. Is there any good weapon for you in Wailing Caverns? No. The only good weapon that's going to be for me anywhere, I think out of dungeons that aren't BFD, is going to be Dead Mines, actually. So hold on, how does this work? Deal 20 instances of bleeding damage to humanoids. Wait, to humanoids. Okay, wait, these guys. Duel someone? Wait, you're right. It counts each tick? Okay. Okay, let's see if it racks up. 1. Nice. Holy sh... Savage Roar. Damn. Wait, Lone Wolf hasn't been found yet? Oh my god. Yeah, there's like tons of like things that haven't been discovered yet. That's cool. Divine Storm also hasn't been found. No one's found Star Surge either. I'll be honest. That is pretty awesome. Sunfire feels better for Mangle than Cat. Yeah, it might. Let's see what I can do. I don't know. Ooh, I'm mangling for like 300. If I have Shred, I don't know. This might be an actual contender. Maybe I'm coped, but it might be a contender for Hunter. Yeah, you and I are pretty much just getting carried here. This is a Hunter. This is a Hunter expansion. Like, just focus on getting your plants.
Yeah, I'm just focusing on my fries.
How does Feral feel? I literally am just mangling and keeping up Savage Roar. That's the only thing I'm doing. I don't have Shred yet, though, and I guess it won't be much different once I have Shred. Shred's going to cost 60 energy, because I'm not going to have the Feral talents. Like, Feral Druids at 25 to 30 actually become a class, and we're 25. We're not going to have. Like, we get improved Shred. At 30, we get Fairy Fire Feral. Yeah, Sunfire, I think, is actually the play, which means I might as well just play f***ing Balance. Maybe. I guess my auto attacks still do some damn. 40 energy for this shit. Okay, it's resisting. This is a hard pass, I think, for now. This ain't it in PvE. I can't even tab Sunfire. No synergy with Roar either, because I'm like tab Sunfiring, so I don't get to spend any combo points. I think Balance might just be better because of this. Maybe not single target, though. But AoE, like the way we're playing right now, Sunfire would be way better. Disgusting. Not bad DPS though. For being level 21 and not having Shred. I'll be honest. That's not bad. This still could be a thing. I get Shred literally next level.
Okay, so apparently Twitch Korea is shutting down.
Good evening, and thank you for being here. For those who don't know me, I'm Dan Clancy. I'm the CEO of Twitch. I think many of you know we made an announcement today about Korea. I went on a stream earlier in Korean where we had translators. This is a stream designed for the English-speaking audience. If any of the Korean audience was not able to make it, we're not doing the translation in this stream. So let me first of all take a moment to explain why we're here. I wanted to go ahead and explain the announcement that we made this morning. I suspect most of you that are here have read the announcement, and most importantly, explain why we made the announcement and also some of the details about the announcement. To be clear, this was a very difficult decision. It's something that we have put off for some time. We've looked at a variety of other options. It is a very difficult decision because of the Korean streamers that currently use Twitch to build their communities and the value that they offer. And many of them support themselves through Twitch, and then even more of them find community through Twitch.
I know, Joe.
So it's a very difficult decision, and I'll try and explain why we made it. We will be trying to answer some questions in chat. We have a team that's looking at to try and pop some out. I'm keeping an eye on chat as well. I may see something. Obviously, we won't be able to answer all of them. I've also picked out some questions that we think are the most common questions that I will answer right off at the beginning. So first of all, in terms of getting to the announcement, as we mentioned in the blog, we announced today that we have decided to shut down the Twitch business in Korea as of February 27th of next year. So I realize this is very disappointing news for the Korean creators and the Korean audience, as Twitch is an important part of their lives. Many of them have invested a great deal of time creating active communities on Twitch. And so this is obviously very disappointing. I don't want to talk about why we're doing, but also what we can do to help support you in this transition. So ultimately, the reason for doing this is because the cost to operate Twitch in Korea is prohibitively expensive. We spent a significant effort working to reduce these costs. The costs that dominate are the network usage fees. Korea operates differently than the other markets that we operate in terms of the relationship we need to have with the network providers and what we need to pay for them to deliver the bits that we are serving to the end users. The end result is that it's over 10 times more expensive to operate in Korea in terms of the network usage fees. As I said, we've been looking for ways to solve this problem. First, we looked at a peer-to-peer model for serving the fees, and we did an experiment on this. This reduced some of the cost, but not nearly enough, and we were still at over 10 times the cost of other countries, and it was still at a point where it could not break even. We also adjusted source quality to 720p, and while this made improvements, the improvements weren't enough. And the fundamental problem in Korea is because of the cost of delivering the bits. As Twitch grows, we actually lose more money in Korea. When we say it's not profitable, we don't mean taking into account any of our fixed cost of running the business in terms of me or engineers or anything else. We're just talking about the variable cost of running the service in Korea. And it creates a problem when, as you get increased usage, which is obviously what all of our creators want, is they want us to invest in getting more viewers to enjoy Twitch, that in fact you lose more money as more people watch and enjoy Twitch. We've been operating in this way for quite some time. About 3 years ago, that's when we started looking at how can we do this in a manner that is sustainable over time and responsible. And that's why we've been working and doing so many experiments to see if there was a pathway forward. And we finally had to make the decision that we did not see that pathway. So let me go into some of the details. So on the 27th, the viewers in Korea will no longer be able to purchase Twitch products, and streamers will not be able to monetize through the Twitch products. So both sides of it. And so you won't be able to subscribe or give gift subs or use bits. Up until that date, Twitch will operate as it does today. The final payout to the Korean creators will be on March 16th. And then there'll be, ongoing things from there. So we're still determining exactly what will happen after this date in terms of accessing Twitch. Again, we are terminating operations. It is likely that we will need to block streaming from Korean IPs. But what we need to do will be determined in a manner where we ensure that we comply with Korean regulations.
Dude, they have weird internet laws and stuff there, man.
One of the reasons why we cannot determine exactly what we will need to do after this point. However, we understand that a huge value for Twitch is the ability to support your life. And February 27th is when the monetization abilities will be turned off. So the next thing I want to talk about is what we can do to help streamers transition their communities. We know that these streamers have built their communities, and it's very important for us to help them transition them. There are two alternative services in Korea, Afrika TV and YouTube. And so we want to do all that we can to help them move their communities. We've reached out to both of these services to try and get them to see what they want to do.
Afrika TV.
These creators. The first part is creators being able to maintain their status, so that if you're a partner on Twitch and you can monetize, we'd like to make it so that you can monetize right away on these other platforms. And same thing with affiliates, ideally. And then also seeing what else we can do to make it easier for moving the communities. On our end, to be clear, with this announcement, any of the limitations on simulcasting do not apply to Korean streamers. We fully realize you will be promoting other services and want to figure out how we can help you do that. Ultimately, you'll need to pick where you think you want to move your community. I expect initially you'll simulcast, and then eventually you might even have some static notification on your stream so that people know where you ended up and what your channel is.
Damn, that would be crazy if they did that. If Twitch straight up was like the Korean streamers, hey, the streamer is now on this website,
obviously
go there.
It affects Korean viewers.
That would be insane.
The thing that made it particularly different is all of the streamers that are building communities in Korea and the impact that this will have on them. And that's one reason why it has taken us so long to do this.
He said maybe they can do that.
Why we've explored many other options. So now let me go through some of the other questions that I think will be common in here. Why are the economics of Korea so different from other markets? And now I'm not an expert in all the details of the different agreements with network usage fees for other providers, but for us, we need to pay the network providers fees based upon the amount of data that they have to deliver to the end users. And as I said, that is significantly more than the cost of streaming in other countries by a factor of 10. Another question, why are we making the decision now? Again, this is something we've been considering for quite some time, and we've done experiments and looked at many other options. And ultimately, we felt like we needed to be upfront about what we were doing, and I'll talk some of the other options we consider in a second. Do you have plans to re-enter the Korean market in the future, or is this a permanent decision? So obviously, I don't know what may happen in the future. Obviously, we're not planning to do that anytime in the near term, and would only do it if we felt like that was a viable way to run the business. And to be clear on this has nothing to do with profits. It's about making sure that we are not losing money in Korea, because and right now we've been losing a fair amount of money from Korea. And of course, the only way to come up with that is from revenue from the rest of the world. And we felt like that was not the right long-term solution in this situation. So let me go to some of the other questions. So what other options did you consider, and why didn't you choose one of them? So one option we considered was streaming at 480p. When we looked at that, that still did not get us to where we need to be. In addition, it's unclear if that complies with Korean regulations in terms of the service that you need to provide in Korea. And so it's not clear that would even have been a viable alternative in Korea. We looked at serving from outside of Korea. In fact, this is the solution that a number of other internet services have pursued, because this is not a problem that is unique to Twitch. Most recently, Netflix began serving from outside of Korea. Meta has done this, and other services. The reason we didn't choose this, and just so you understand how this works, what it would mean is we would give the bits to an internet service provider, let's say in Germany or Japan, and then they would be responsible for delivering it to the Korean ISP. Now, in this, it's unclear if they would realize additional expenses in this, which then, of course, would translate to us. More importantly, we did not believe that our service, in many cases, would really be viable. For some users, we felt Twitch would not be a watchable experience. We spend a great deal of time making sure that the interactive live video works well. You don't have buffering. And latency, of course, is a big factor for interactive live video, as you have community and chat. And we felt that for many users, it would end up being not really a watchable experience. And if we went down this pathway, and one other factor, it's unclear if this is actually allowed. In fact, in the other cases when this has occurred, legal action has been taken against the companies for serving from outside of Korea for the cost of the network usage fees. At least most recently in the Netflix case, this
I was going to say there was a lawsuit with Netflix a while back,
but they reached some agreement that worked for both parties. So it's not clear we would have been allowed to continue to do this, but we felt like this would be giving false hope to our creators. And in fact, many of them would try and stay around to make it work, but in fact, their viewership would drop precipitously. And we felt like in the end,
you'd be hurting them more.
It would be worse for them.
It would, yeah, that would be worse for them.
Home, because
long term,
we did not think that long term the service could have been viable.
Yeah,
serving from outside of Korea.
That sucks.
We also looked at charging users or streamers differently than in the rest of the world, and eventually decided that it was not clear again that it would have been really a viable service if we had chosen that option compared to other alternatives. So what will happen in Korea after the shutdown date? So I know this will be a big question, and at this point we're not completely sure. This depends in part on Korean regulations in terms of what we're allowed to do and how we're allowed to operate. It is reasonable that we will probably need to block streaming from Korean IPs. And what happens on the viewer side depends again in part on Korean regulations and what we're allowed to do. It's driven more by that than the cost, because the cost would be manageable given the size that we would be dealing with there. One of the questions would also be, what if I'm an IRL streamer visiting Korea? So we understand that that is a use case. Lots of people travel to Korea. We want people to travel to Korea. If you do use a third-party cloud OBS, and I won't mention the one that I use, I don't want to promote that one over the other cloud OBS services, but those would still be able to operate since you'd be streaming from the cloud OBS to Twitch, and then locally you'd be streaming up to the cloud OBS. And similarly, many of the third-party services that support.
But that doesn't fix.
So I think that
doesn't
would
fix the
still be able
financial
to work. After,
because it's about the
this
conversions and stuff like that.
All right. That highlights a few of the first questions. Now I'm going to go to some of the questions we've pulled out from the chat. I'm keeping an eye on chat, but of course it is quite busy. So,
yeah, I mean, if you're so it sounds like if you're incorporated in America or something like that, then you'd be okay.
Make money. I feel very bad, Patrick. That is exactly at the.
What kind of question is, do you feel bad?
I will say that there are two alternatives. They're different. They're not the same as Twitch, and so I don't want to act like there isn't a meaningful impact. As I've said in other places, I think Twitch is unique. One reason we're doing this,
what's up, Tiangi?
We're providing the time.
I know this sucks.
And our assistance is, we felt like that the other alternatives would have been slowly diminishing Korea and slowly draining Korea. And in fact, the creators would have been making less money and it would have meaningfully impacted, but we never would have come clean and told them about where we're going and what the challenges were in operating in Korea. And we felt like in the end, this would be better in the long run for those creators. But of course, there's no easy answer here. It's a difficult decision. Canned Star, will Twitch consider restarting its business in Korea when the laws related to network access usage fees is adjused to be in line with other countries? Not ruling out anything in the future. Right now, we're only making decisions based upon what information we have right now. And so we obviously, if things change, we'd obviously reconsider these decisions. Can viewers still watch in Korea? Again, I think this is one of the questions that we will need to determine what is allowed. We would probably serve from outside of Korea. Some of the problems we would get in that with the amount of traffic we have right now in Korea would not be as acute because it would not be nearly as much traffic. But we are not certain what we will need to do at that point in time. And it's going to be important that we adhere to the regulations in Korea. But it won't be a cost factor because I think, again, the amount of traffic we will see will be precipitously less. It would just be people traveling from Korea or people in Korea watching people outside of Korea. From Rudy VTuber, I'm a Korean streamer and I have one question. At the previous stream, you mentioned about supporting streamers to transfer onto another platform. Can you tell me if you have any specific plans? Also, does that mean we Korean streamers do not get banned for multi-platform streaming anymore? Yeah, so first of all, in the second part, to be clear, we had already changed our policies around multi-platform streaming. There are some limitations that we state with multi-platform streaming. None of those limitations apply to the Korean streamers affected by this decision. In particular, there is no issue with promoting people to go to other services. In terms of specific plans, this in part depends upon the other platforms. The first thing we're focused on is trying to make sure that monetizing creators can maintain some form of status when they transition. But this depends upon our conversations. We've reached out to them, and we will be updating you as we get feedback from them of what they're going to do to try and support all of you in this transition. The other thing that we will certainly do is be sharing information about what different streamers are doing and what is working well. I know as I think about it, I think you would probably start by simulcasting. And then eventually you'd probably only stream on the other service, but you might put a static screen up while you're streaming that says, come check me out over there. Come subscribe. And I'll say to all of the users that support Korean streamers, please at this time continue to support them until they can be fully transitioned to the other service. It's important to help them in this difficult time. You notice this since 3 years. Why only 3 months to streamers? This is not fair. So, Play Per Man.
Dude, if they send out your notification when you go live on another website, that would actually be insane. That'd be sick if they did that. That would be a good,
what is the right
a really cool thing for them to do.
We chose this because we do think delaying it actually isn't the right solution for the stream. Meaning, if we said this will be 6 months, then it's easy for people to say, "Oh, well, I don't have to worry about it now."
Why should they? They don't need to do that.
Viewers will start moving right
They'd be
away.
doing that out of courtesy to their Korean
It is much
streamers.
easier for everyone if we have a deadline in the reasonable future, so that way viewers start adjusting their patterns and streamers start adjusting their patterns. Because if a few streamers leave but other streamers don't, then viewers are stuck between two services. And in the end, as painful as this is, I think it's better to you know, make the transition happen. If along the way we see we were wrong in the period, we'll consider that, and we'll see how this progresses. Why aren't Twitch's competitors experiencing this high service cost? So I don't know the details of their operations, but we do know that many other people do experience these high service costs. As I said, Netflix recently stopped serving in, started streaming from outside of Korea. Meta has also run into problems due to this. Now, each of their businesses are different. Netflix's business is very different than us in terms of their underlying cost structure of their business. YouTube is a VOD business predominantly, and again, the cost structures of VOD is very different. The idea of delivering from outside is a little more feasible. Africa operates very differently than us. They're a local company. We do not know what their costs are and if they're the same as ours as a local company. But their cost structure, one way to think of it is...
And I don't think most people are upset at Twitch. I think most people are upset about the South Korean laws.
They built their company around, and the economics of their company around Korean and how this cost structure runs, whereas we have not built all of the way our service operates around this. Let's see. How will this affect viewing experience on Korean viewers? Specifically, will we be able to watch in 1080p? So again, there are no changes until 227. And then, as I said, we're working through the particulars after 227, depending on...
Right. End of February? Is that 227?
Of what would be allowed.
I think he means 227 as in next, like 3 months from now. February 27th.
We've talked a lot about our obligation to run Twitch as a sustainable business and where we're at right now. And right now, and in fact, we did look at seeing if the loss was small enough, if we could just absorb it. But it is a significant delta in terms of the cost versus of running the business. And the problem is, as Korea grows, which it has grown, then that cost keeps increasing. And of course, our streamers want us to invest in Korea growing because they want their communities to grow, because that is good for them. They want more streamers to start streaming on Twitch. And so we want to be, we would be at odds with them if we were trying not to have the service grow. From Jimbo Max, thank you for the stream. I have a question. What implications would there be for partnered streamers in Korea upon implementing this change? Would they be prevented from streaming on Twitch altogether? If you're a partnered streamer in Korea, first of all, one of the things that's important is where your country of residence is, which is something you fill out when you become affiliate or partner. I know some Korean streamers travel outside of Korea, and how we will handle this in terms of monetization. It is about when you're identified with Korea as your country of residence. If Korea is not your country of residence, but you're in Korea some, but you travel outside, then when you're outside of Korea, you'd still be able to stream. But if you're inside of Korea, at some point after the February 27th date, we would need to be taking actions to prohibit you from being able to stream. And again, what we need to do will be determined based upon the Korean regulations. Are there no sponsors that can manage Twitch system in Korea and pay for it to Twitch? It's a good question. I think the simple answer is no, in terms of if there's a third party that would cover this delta. I don't think there is in terms of that, which is unfortunate. Moka-san, is this the start of the downfall of Twitch? Moka-san, no, not at all. This is a unique thing.
Dude, people ask so many stupid questions.
Market, as I've said, other businesses have had a similar problem. operating in Korea, and it is because of the network usage fees that is unique to Korea.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Let's see. Are there other regions in danger? No. As I've shared, this is unique to Korea, and this is not something that will affect other regions. So let's see. So they can't just change their onboarding location. No, that would not be sufficient. You can and still monetize it. That doesn't mean you'll be able to stream from Korea if you change your country of residence. You still maintain your account and your status. But when you're in Korea, we will need to take actions to make sure you're not streaming from Korea. Let's see.
Dude, this whole thing sucks, man.
Killer Bean. Surely your network usage
I wish I had a better understanding.
Should have had a very decent leverage that the loss of your network usage would hurt their free income. Was this not attempted with the government bodies responsible?
I feel like
yes, we tried all avenues with this. One of the challenges is this is a challenge that many companies face. Well, for the Twitch community, we are very passionate about Twitch. In the broader scheme of things, there are many other players in this market, and in fact, we don't have the leverage that you would think we might in terms of getting a sustainable rate, but we've been working hard to make it sustainable. From Prime Gaming, Army Noon, can you reveal how much you pay for Korean telecommunications company? I can't talk about the specifics. I don't know the details of each of the contracts. I will repeat the delta is even with the reductions that were made, like with peer-to-peer and 720p, it's still 10 times higher than in other countries. So can you please put your answers to this in a central place so you can see them later? So first of all, we'll make this available in a VOD. We do have some of these in our fact to our blog post. And in fact, we'll continue updating things as we go along, especially in terms of how we can help our streamers transition. Yeah, and so basically starting in March, South Korean located streams won't be able to stream. Yes, in terms of IP, that is the likely outcome. In terms of specifically how that will be implemented, again, it depends upon what we need to do in terms of the regulations in the country.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this whole thing sucks. I wish I had a better understanding of like how like the net neutrality laws and stuff work. I do know that the laws in Korea are
relationship with XQCN anyway. I wouldn't think so. Dance and Q. I wouldn't think so.
People ask the dumbest questions. Okay.
I see another question that I think we answered.
I swear,
in terms of random, can you consider streaming under 480p? There's certain regulations in Korea about what you can do to your service. It was unclear. In fact, we generally felt that transitioning to 480p probably would have been prohibited, although we did not. But it was not clear that would have been allowed, given regulations in Korea. Will this affect events like League of Legends, LCS, or will Twitch be able to?
This is a good question. I don't think they'll be able to do like worlds and stuff there.
I think this is what I'm highlighting in terms of what we're allowed to do in terms of the regulations in the country, how that will work. And then there are other solutions they could use.
Maybe they thought it might happen, Cammy, because the Netflix deal just happened a few months back.
And we'll be working on this and communicating with some of the developers there to see what works. Hello, I'm a viewer watching from Korea. The problem with Korean services is largely the cost of telecommunication companies. Wouldn't it be possible to solve some of the damage by seeking help from streamers for a certain percentage of that portion? Yeah, that is one of the options that we considered was could we charge streamers to use the service? And we could have charged all streamers to use the service. And that's something that we considered, looked at. We didn't feel like in the end that would end up being a viable alternative in terms of the number of people that would have been willing to.
It doesn't really fix up any of the problems.
The cost of delivering the bits.
Like in a perfect world, like it would offset it kind of, but it just doesn't. It doesn't actually do anything.
Are still most of them are just making enough to pay their bills and to get by. given the amount of the cost, it would have been a significant cost. Now, it could have been spread out across all of the smaller streamers that are streaming for fun, but it's not clear that they would have paid much. So we felt like in the end that would have been one of these efforts that gave streamers hope.
It is futility.
And
Hey friends, and welcome to the tier list for Season 69, Season 8. Patch just dropped. Lots of changes, some good, most of them, you know. We'll talk about all the changes. I think the balance is going to change drastically this season. We'll get right into it, because every single season there is a new hero. The tier lists get longer, and last time we did a tier list, it was like 40 minutes. Ana, I will rate Ana S tier, and you can call this fucking controversial. Mauga was playable for 2 to 3 days at BlizzCon. They previewed him early, and he got a massive buff to basically every single one of his abilities. But his ultimate base health is now 150 armor, so still 500 HP in total. His head hitbox volume got reduced by 15%. The damage he does with his guns got increased. The spread got reduced when you fire both guns. A speed penalty you get. This hero is going to be mega broken insane. I think this is the strongest tank they've ever released on release. I think if you're half decent skill-wise, aiming-wise, as a tank player, which 99% of you aren't, unlucky. The DPS players like me are going to dominate on him. I think he's going to be mega broken. S+ tier, easily the best tank in the game. This is way too much of a buff. Which brings me to Ana. Ana will be a requirement to play against Mauga, and I predict that both teams will run Ana, because she's the only hero that can reliably shut him down, right? The main game flow of Mauga is you deal damage and you get health back. And when you push the overdrive or the cardiac overdrive, you get more health back and your team gets health back. The only way to shut down Mauga is anti him. And the only two anti-abilities in the game are Ana and Junker Queen ult. But Junker Queen ult is obviously not a reliable ability you can use every fight. Ana is going to be a must pick against Mauga, and I feel like we're going to see a lot of teams run both Ana and Kiriko. Kiriko got buffs because the devs don't know what the fuck they're smoking. I found it funny that last patch they said supports are too good, so we're nerfing the overall survivability, and now they buffed the healing of Fuda. The speed of it got increased, of healing, left click, so it's more reliable healing. And the projection Suzu heals double, heals 80 health instead of 40. And there's a slight nerf to the invulnerability timer, 0.85 seconds to 0.65 seconds, which means you have to be a tiny bit more precise of when you throw the Suzu, sorry. But this is a buff to a broken character that is already broken. You want to play Kiriko either way, because Kiriko can just counter the only ability that can counter Mauga, which is anti. You pick Mauga, you pick Kiriko, you wait until the enemy antis your Mauga, you cleanse them, and then the enemy team is dead because Mauga is going to kill all of them. While the DPS are going to watch and jerk off in the backline. Another thing you have to think about, the characters that do damage over time are going to be best with Mauga, because Mauga protects his team by giving them the life leech, right? The life steal. So characters like Sojourn or Tracer or Sombra that deal a lot of damage over time work best with him, because they can just sustain themselves by dealing damage, right? Whereas a character like Hanzo is more unreliable, because on Hanzo, if you miss the shot, you don't heal yourself, you have one shot every like second. I do think there's going to be a big meta shift just because Mauga is going to be so strong. Ashe got no changes. There's a funny interaction with Ashe and Mauga actually right now in the game. Mauga's right click gun does bonus crit damage to burning targets. And funnily enough, the Ashe Dynamite counts as a burning target. So I think Ashe is one of the great characters to pair with Mauga, because if you hit a Dynamite on the enemy team and Mauga shoots, he's gonna crit basically everyone that's burning already. Whereas if Mauga plays by himself, he has to burn them with the left gun, the primary fire gun first. I rated her A tier last patch and the patch before. I think she's gonna be even better than before. And she also has high enough hipfire rate to where you can, you know, make use of the Mauga overdrive or whatever it's called. Baptiste got a slight nerf. The devs recognize that Baptiste does too much damage. So instead of nerfing the damage per bullet, they're actually reducing the bullets. So he only has 36 in the magazine instead of 45, which means you have to reload a bit more. He's still broken. I do think Ana and Kiri in this meta are gonna provide more utility. Like, the thing is with Baptiste, you know, Lamp saves you from anything. So I think you can easily supplement an Ana pick with a Baptiste pick. He deals damage by himself, which means he can self-sustain while in a Mauga comp. So also easily S tier. And honestly, the more I think about it, the more I can see Ana and Baptiste being interchangeable. The thing is, you want an Ana, I think, for the anti to counter the enemy Mauga. Bastion got no changes, but Bastion is just a worse Mauga that gets shredded by Mauga because Mauga does more damage while being more tanky. I don't think Bastion is going to be hard meta. I think he's going to be quite decent in low ranks. He plays himself, but I don't think he's going to be super good in the current meta. Brick got nerfed. Whip shot damage got reverted back to 70 instead of 80. I don't think Brick is going to be any good this season, actually. Mostly because Brick, you want to play against Dive, right? So you proc the Inspire, you have a Death Ball comp, and Brick just sustains her team while she gets Doven or rushed, right? But I think against Mauga comps, Mauga is just gonna shoot her in the face, the shield is gonna break in 1 second and she's gonna die. I don't think Brick is gonna have any place in the meta here. I'm not gonna put her in D tier. I don't think she's gonna be a hard throw. Like, good Brick players will still get value out of her, but yeah, C tier at best. Cassidy is completely useless. Absolute trash tier. Play anything else. Ashe is just way better. Sojourn is just way better. Soldier is still better. No reason to pick him, ever. He loses against long-range characters. He loses against flyers because he does no damage. Doomfist is gonna be interesting. While he's in ult now, he gains 75 HP a second while he's in the ult animation. Which means if you use ult on Doomfist and you're low HP, you chill 2-3 seconds before you drop down and you're basically back to full health. The ultimate cost got increased by a bit, so he's gonna have a bit less meteor strikes, but this is a massive buff. It basically guarantees you can always use Doomfist ult offensively, right? A lot of the time right now, when you play against a Doomfist would use the ult to escape, right? When they're really low, to escape, get out, and then re-engage. But now, Doomfist just waits in the air and can re-engage immediately. Massive buff, actually. But I think he's just gonna get shit on by Mauga. So I'll put him A tier because I think he's... If Mauga didn't exist, he would probably be hard meta. I think Doomfist is a high skill ceiling tank that should provide value if you play him well. So I don't mind the buff here, but yeah. D.Va... Like, so the thing is, D.Va can Matrix Mauga, right? But Mauga just keeps on shooting because he has 5 million bullets and can't die. And when Matrix runs out, D.Va just... B tier at best. On maps where you have to take high ground, she's gonna be pretty decent still in certain comps, but I don't think she's gonna be hard meta at all. Echo also got no changes. So here's the thing with Mauga. He's hit scan. Mauga can actually deal with flyers quite well, but I do think there's also merit because Mauga is such a big hitbox. It's gonna be really easy for the Echo to stick him. He has no shield, right? He can't absorb the stickies. So I do think a good Echo could possibly stick him and then laser beam and maybe kill him. The issue is Echo becomes significantly stronger with Mercy, which, for the record, Mercy is absolute garbage tier. The main issue with Mercy in this meta is she will be the only character in the game basically that will never benefit from Mauga's overdrive because she doesn't deal her own damage. So picking any character, any support that shoots the enemy means those characters can sustain themselves, whereas Mercy is just useless. Unironically, Mauga is like the first tank that can reliably shut down flyers if they come too close. So I think this entire flyer thing, I want to say Echo is going to be okay, and I'm going to rate her B actually. I'm not going to rate her E tier. But Mercy is just going to be a terrible character. And I think Pharah Mercy comps, I don't think will work. Like map specific, maybe you can do Lijiang, right? On maps where you can boop and get value out of the boop, maybe. I think Pharah is going to be pretty weak. Genji? I think Genji is actually going to be one of those characters. He can always deal some damage, right? So if he engages, goes aggro with Mauga, and the overdrive is active, Mauga's overdrive is active, he can pop off. I want to put Genji in B tier, actually. Hanzo? Complete dog water, RNG character. I'm not gonna put him D tier because even if you have no eyes and no ears, you can still shoot some arrows to kill the enemy because it's RNG. He's gonna be okay playable on sniper maps still, right? Like Havana, Circle Royale, Junket Town still exist, and on those maps he's still gonna see play, but like I don't think he's gonna be great, and there's also no changes to Hanzo, which is good. I hate Hanzo players, fuck you, and see you next time when Hanzo gets buffed so I can complain again. Illari this is the first time I'm not going to put Illari in S tier. So the thing with Larry is, like, yeah, she has her own damage, but with Mauga, as I explained, you want to have those abilities that keep him up. Whoever has the longer survive time on Mauga wins. So you want to keep your Mauga up, and Illari, while she has a really good like burst heal, she can't cleanse, right? Or she can't immortality, or she can't anti or sleep. She's still a broken character the way she functions. She can still 1v1 any DPS in the game for free, but she's not going to be as sufficient in the current meta. Junker Queen got a buff. Well, a buff for good players. So Junker Queen spread on the left click got reduced by 8%, which means if you're good at aiming with Junker Queen left click, you're gonna do more damage. If you're bad, you're gonna do less damage. But again, I think she gets shit on by Mauga. I think if Junker Queen engages, screams, the Mauga is just gonna shoot her and she's still gonna die. Yeah, B tier. B tier at best. Junkrat, dog shit. There's still gonna be 5 Junkrat players a season that will focus me in the game over and over and make a reaction video. I think Junkrat is situational at best. There's like control center on Lijiang is good, but he's just not a great hero. Now Lucio is interesting, man. Yeah, like, okay, imagine one team has a Lucio Ana comp and rushes in, the Mauga gets antied. And the other team has an Ana and a Kiri that can just cleanse. I think the sustain is gonna be too good, but I might be wrong. I'm gonna put him high A tier. I don't think he's gonna be stronger than the S tier supports. I'm pretty confident in this tier list so far, but I might be completely wrong for the record, and Lucio might suddenly dominate. The only time you won't see Mauga is on long-range maps with Sigma, which I guess brings me to Sigma. He's still an S tier character because he's been OP. He got nerfed. His shield regen is now 85 HP a second instead of 100, so he got a nerf, which is good. He was mega dominant before this patch, and I think he's still gonna be the main go-to pick on long-range maps. Like, I think he's also the only tank that can shut down Mauga. It's a nerf, but he's still the second best tank, or arguably the best tank in the game. Lifeweaver. Actually, I'm gonna put Lifeweaver in C tier. The only character right now that destroys the tree, which is Lifeweaver's best ability, is Bastion. Mauga destroys the tree instantly. Tree will not get value. Lifeweaver doesn't deal his own damage, which means he's kind of bad with the overdrive ability of Mauga. Like, he's a great heal bot, but I don't think he has a place in the meta that I think will happen. Mei got a nerf. Yeah, endothermic blaster ammunition got reduced. Not the biggest nerf. I mean, Mei has been really good with, like, in pro play with Sim. You can Mei wall and then Mauga charge and the enemy team dies. I'm gonna put Mei S tier still. Moira, dog shit, garbage. You will lose if you play the character. So Moira will always be a good pick in low ranks because people just don't play the game correctly. No offense. But yeah, I do think in high ranks, she will have no playtime. And if you pick Moira, it's kind of a throw pick. Orisa will be B tier at best. I also think Orisa loses to Mauga. Mauga is just the king of the jungle. What is the season called? Season of the Hunt? We're hunting Orisas. Ram got a buff. You do more damage with the left click. Left click is easier to hit, and he has 100 armor now instead of full HP. I think he's gonna be better than Junker Queen and Orisa at rushing, but he's gonna be worse than Mauga again, right? So he's like low A tier at best. Reaper. I think Reaper is actually the worst DPS. I think Reaper is worse than Cassidy. Reaper Rush? No, Tracer exists. Tracer is now back to being where she belongs, in the highest tier. Tracer's damage got increased from 5.5 to 6. That's the same as in early Overwatch 2. And if you remember early Overwatch 2, Tracer was completely busted. She was insane. You will get more 1 clips, you will get more 2 clips, and you will kill people way easier. So if you're a skillful Tracer, she's gonna be insane. And again, she's gonna be insane with Mauga, I think. The worse Illari gets, by the way, the better Tracer becomes, because Illari is like the D1 hard counter. I will consider to Tracer right now, because she can just 2-tap body shot. And with Illari seeing less play, I think Tracer is back to where she belongs. Probably the best DPS in the game now. Other than maybe Sojourn. If you're a skillful Sojourn, the character is insane. Even without a Mercy, the character is fucking busted. In low ranks, you don't see her a lot, but because she's pretty hard to learn. Like, she has a very high skill ceiling. But again, she has a fast fire rate, which makes her really good with Mauga. And she also will be able to charge up against the Mauga really well. Easily S tier. Arguably still better than Tracer. Yeah, Ryan is gonna be in the sewers. We're gonna watch Cloudy stream this season. We're gonna duo. And I'm gonna force Cloudy to play Mauga with me, because I don't want to lose the game, and I think Ryan will do nothing against Mauga. In fact, I think Mauga can even counter-charge the Ryan charge. Yeah, Ryan is gonna be absolutely terrible. And the thing is, Hog still has the Ana hard counter. So if everyone's playing Ana, like Hog still suffers. And I just don't see him being valuable to play against Mauga. Soldier got a nerf because the devs thought he's too OP. Soldier got a 3-second increase on his healing pad. Nobody thinks that Soldier is good in high ranks. He is good in low ranks. And he's still gonna be okay in low ranks. I'm gonna put him B tier. It's quite a significant nerf, actually. Because there's a lot of situations on Soldier where you want to use the healing pad and it's barely not off cooldown, right? So you wait a second and now you have to wait another 3 seconds to get it. So Soldier will die easier and you're gonna be able to flank with him less. That being said, I can see him being played with Mauga because, again, he has a lot of damage over time, which means he can self-sustain. I think he's still going to be a great pick for new players and great to climb all the way to Diamond or Masters, but then I don't see him being played in high ranks. Sombra got a massive EMP buff, and dude, this is like the most SD characters we ever had in a tier list, ever. The way EMP worked in Overwatch 1 is it disabled abilities for multiple seconds, and they made it so EMP now disables all abilities for 3 seconds. So for 3 seconds, you won't be able to ult, you won't be able to use Lamb to save yourself, no Suzu, no escape ability. It's a massive buff to EMP, and I think Sombra needed a buff. She was weak before, but now on high ranks, she is gonna be interchangeable with Tracer and Sojourn, because it's EMP so massive. EMP is back to being a game-winning ultimate, a fight-winning ultimate. If your team follows up on EMP now, it's gonna be insane. Now the damage got reduced from 30% to 25%, but that doesn't matter.
Don't care.
The fact that you can now disable everyone in your MP for 3 seconds means the enemy can't play the game for 3 seconds, means they will die. 3 seconds is a long time in Overwatch. This is a massive buff, and people will hate this because people like playing the video game and they won't be able to play the video game. I don't know if it's the right buff. I think Sombra needed a buff, but this is easily meta. In low rank, Sombra always has that issue that nobody follows up on EMP, so it's gonna do nothing. So don't expect to pick Moira and fucking Silver. EMP, your team is gonna do nothing and you're gonna feel useless. And again, disabling Mauga is gonna be a good ability. Sim got a nerf last season, no changes this season. Map dependent, still great character, not much to say, I don't know. She's only being played in pro play. Torp got a buff because apparently top players died. His overhealth on overload is back to 100 instead of 75. I don't really care. I think Torp should never be meta because Torp plays itself and is really easy to play, provides free value. If you don't want to aim, if you just want to like smoke a blunt and do nothing, Hi Silver, you can play Torp and just win the game for free still. Widowmaker, situational character for long range maps. Widow will always be a situational character, that's why I'm gonna put her in B tier. She's gonna be still really fucking strong on Junkertown, Circuit Royale. I'm gonna put her mid B. It's really hard to evaluate her. Winston got a tiny buff. His left click now does full damage through any damage reduction, which means armor. I don't think dive will work. I think if you're trying to dive a Mauga, Mauga is gonna look at you, shoot you, and you're gonna die. I think Winston will be played on maps where you absolutely need to take high ground on attack. Like, again, Gibraltar. Wrecking Ball. Yeah. Zarya. Yeah. Zenyatta is actually really fucking terrible now. I almost want to put him D tier. The thing with Zenyatta is it's actually really easy now to get rid of the Discord. A good player, when they get discorded, they hide for 2 seconds, and then you can't discord them again. So if you try to play Zenyatta against Mauga, the Mauga is just gonna chill around the corner and then charge you 2 seconds later, and you're gonna die instantly. Zenyatta has no escape. You can try to kick the Mauga, but he's gonna just shoot you down. I'll put him C tier. I think this patch is okay. I love that they're making Tracer good again. I think high skill ceiling characters like Tracer should be good. I hate the fact that they buffed Kiriko, Brain Dead. I hate the fact that they nerfed Soldier. Like, some changes are really cool. They're targeting the right things for some characters like Winston and Ramatra. And the Sombra change is weird, again, as I said. I don't know why they buffed Kiriko. It's Brain Dead. Kiriko is so broken. But yeah, this is gonna be Mauga City plus Sigma. It's a Mauga Sigma love story. I will do an unranked 2GM on Mauga the first day he drops into comp, like I always do with new heroes, and I think it's gonna be a really easy one. I think if you're a hitscan player, a DPS player, and you hate playing DPS because you feel like you have no impact, become a Mauga main this season, like I will. If you watch this video in 2 weeks from now when Mauga got nerfed, and then you comment, but Metro Mauga is really bad now. Yes, if they nerf him, he's gonna be weaker again, right? I think they're gonna nerf him. Like, they're gonna keep him, like, OP for a week, and then they're probably gonna nerf him. Because right now, I don't see him being balanced. Until next time, see you, friends. Bye-bye.
I need a target.
The live stream will guide you and protect your journey. Thank you. Okay. Hail, hail. Absolutely. So here's the plan, chat. Today, we're gonna have our first guild meeting. Okay, we gotta talk about some things here for the crusade. Very good, very good, very good. We have a lot to talk about today. We have a lot to talk about. I'm gonna join these guys in Discord real quick. Let me join them in Discord.
I don't have one. I have a struggle with.
Hello, everybody. Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Good morning, my leash.
Good morning. Okay, so there's a few things we need to talk about today, guys. For one, I hope you guys are enjoying Season of Discovery so far. I want to go ahead and make everything clear. This is an RP PvP server. Well, I'll just go ahead and explain the rules for the guild meetings here. Don't talk over leadership if leadership is talking. That's a big one. Also, two, know when to talk. Because if all of a sudden everybody's speaking at the same time, like it's weird and it's loud and it's annoying. Turn on your push to talk. If you are speaking, all guild meetings are to be done in character. Okay, you don't have to do medieval voice or anything like that. But this is an RP server, so we're going to do a little bit of RP. Okay, this is real. All this is real, so we're going to talk about it as such. Everybody, please have a seat and stop casting spells in the cathedral. You guys are all acting like hooligans right now. All right, we need to stop casting spells. This is very serious. We need to focus up. All right. First things first. We've come to this realm now for about a week, and there's been a lot of developments that have happened. Okay. The Horde have been running rampant on this server, on this realm. Excuse me. But that's okay because we're the Crusade, and we handle things a very certain way, okay? And that's with strategy, and that's with agility, being mobile. Stop casting spells. You can't just call upon the light. You can't just call upon righteousness for no reason. Otherwise, you're going to lose that power. You can only do it so much. And if you can't act right, then you're not gonna be here very long. Because we need everybody to be ready at a moment's notice.
I just want to say really quick, not to interrupt, there's a couple people not of the guild that are here. They might be casting spells.
Okay.
Just be annoying. Just
okay. Well, we'll know who they are.
I'm looking for them.
Okay. First things first, we need to make sure everybody here is of the 25th season. The Inquisition of the Crusade has been created, and because there's so many people who've joined the ranks of the Crusade, we've decided to expand upon the Crusade by creating the Inquisition. So the Inquisition is now open for enrollment. So if anybody is unavailable currently to join the Crusade, then you are going to be able to join the Inquisition. We have the ranks of the Inquisition open. And in the next 2 days, whoever in the Crusade is not of the 25th season, we are going to be moving into the Inquisition. That's the current plan. Because we have a lot of people that want to join and be a part of this, and unfortunately, we're limited by the powers that be. That's our current solution. Is that we've decided to open up the Inquisition, and that the Inquisition is going to feed into the Crusade as we see fit. So eventually, what's going to happen is both the Inquisition and the Crusade will likely be everybody of the 25th season, and nothing else. Are there any questions?
If you're not of the 25th season right now, will you be moved to the Crusade immediately, or?
You will not be moved from the Crusade to the Inquisition until 2 days from now.
Will that be at the end of the day, or?
That'll be whenever I feel like during that day.
Once you've obtained the 25th season, will you be moved from the Inquisition to Crusade, or will you just stay there?
Until the Crusade is full of 1,000 people in our ranks that are of the 25th season, then you will be moved. But once it fills up, the goal is that we have two different. Basically, we're going to basically have one very, very large crusade, and that's going to be the Crusade and the Inquisition. We're expected to treat everybody with respect and treat everybody well, by default. However, if you are crossed, then you must burn them to the ground. Do not let them walk all over you. However, you have to destroy anyone who wrongs you. But by default, you treat them well and you treat them with respect. And this goes especially for the Horde. Because we are a righteous crusade who follows the light. And the light is not forgiving of sinners. Next up, I've been made aware that there's been a number of people asking to if there was any opportunities to take some ownership and lead a little bit more in the crusade, and there are going to be some opportunities for that. And because of this, Alipone has actually crafted a scripture here that you can fill out, and we can take a look at this form, and we're going to be able to decipher if you're fitting of being a part of the leadership in the crusade for at least here on this realm. And I will be looking at all these forms publicly, and I will be giving my opinion on these forms publicly as well. So if you do not want your form to be read publicly, then I would not fill it out. You will be properly vetted, absolutely. Absolutely. So that form is going to be posted on the bulletin by Alipone. He's going to be pinning that to the bulletin here shortly. Let's see, next thing on the agenda that I want to talk about. This is what I want to talk about today, and this is something we experienced a little bit. Actually, no, before we get into today, I want to talk about just the standard procedure here. Seeing as how there is a whole expansive world available to us, there's a whole expansive world available to us that we have not trained well enough, and currently we are unable to train well enough to be able to conquer what we can currently conquer is deemed to be, by some people, not a large challenge logistically. And because of this, there is no particular plan to be running any sort of official sanctioned raids against the Black Fathom depths and going in and destroying the Naga officially. That's not going to be something that we'll be officially sanctioning. However, I fully expect people to gather these raids together from within Crusade and be able to go in there and properly, correctly be able to lead these things. If you go in and you lead a raid on Black Fathom depths and you do it the wrong way and you try and take all the spoils for yourself or anything of the sort, you will be very, very quickly dealt with. We don't have any of that here. We do not deal with that. Next. Thank you.
My lord.
Yes?
Yes. I resent the fact that you said you were unable to train well enough to conquer this whole land. That is all.
Thank you. I appreciate your vote of confidence. However, there are some there are some outside forces from the powers that be that currently make us unable to do so. Thank you. So, with that being said, the Horde are in a very similar boat. The Horde are in a very similar situation, and as such, that's where the real competition comes from. That's where the real work comes from for the Crusade. If you are part of the Crusade, you're expected to be able to move swiftly, to be mobile, to be agile, and to be ready to dispense justice across the land at a moment's notice. We want to go about things fairly, and we want to keep things in good sport. However, if so be it, a call to arms will be called, and what the proper call for a call to arms, what the proper action for a call to arms is simply you drop everything you do outside of specific exceptions, which we can cross when we get there, and you are ready to go to battle. That is our primary goal. We need to go and we need to spread righteousness across this land from sea to shining sea. Manifest destiny. Okay? Eastern Kingdoms, Kalimdor, it doesn't matter. And New Year's, yes. You're spending Christmas here and New Year's. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is part of it. Because of this, we are going to we're going to begin working on a war manual. It's going to encompass some strategy that we're going to have. Today, and this is what I want to talk about again today, I did think our response was relatively good Today we had a fire drill. However, I was a little bit disappointed with the results. I do feel, to some extent, I'm to blame. I feel like to some extent we were a little bit out-strategized, to some degree, but probably not. That is more than likely not the case. They have a lot of power over there on the Horde, okay? They have numbers on us. So in order for us to combat their numbers, we're going to need to be able to move swiftly, move quickly. What does this mean? Warlocks. We shouldn't even have you as a part of this. Warlocks should not even be a part of the crusade. Actually, can you go ahead? I see demons in the cathedral. There are no demons allowed in here, please. Can you shapeshift out of your metamorphosis, de-metamorphosize, please? Out of respect for the church, if you will. This is a holy place. Thank you. Thank you for showing respect to the church, Sormund. Thank you. Now, we shouldn't even have you as a part of this. However, as I am a righteous and forgiving leader, I do think there can be light even in the darkness. And we do need you, Warlocks. What does this mean? This means our Warlocks need to be prepared with many soul shards at all times and be ready to summon people. Whether this is to Ashenvale or whether it's anywhere else we need to go in the realm. Ashenvale, Hillsbrad. I mean, those are the two primary places where we're going to see people causing problems. Possibly Red Ridge and Westfall as well. We saw Horde attacking Lakeshire. That's one of the fronts that we've had a major problem on. Another front that we've had a problem on is while we've had many members of our alliance going to the Dead Mines, we've had some problems with the Horde attacking those people going in through Moonbrook. So we need to work on that. We need to work on being mobile. We need to work on being agile. And I think part of this does not only just rely on our Warlocks. I think it relies on us as a group making sure we have our hearth set to the proper place. And by that I mean making sure that you go to the Astronar Inn and you need to check in with the innkeeper in Astronar and book a room. Make sure that you have a room available for you in Astronar. That's one potential area where you need to check for a room. The other potential area where you need to check for a room is probably going to be Darnassus. Historically, we've mostly worked here out of either Stormwind or Ironforge as members of the Alliance, but we may be looking at something different going forward, and that may be Darnassus. I've already talked to some of the leaders of the Night Elves. There may be a change made to where we will be focused on moving more often out of Darnassus. This is something that historically has not been done, but given the current stipulation by the powers that be during this season on this realm, it is likely that Darnassus is where we end up working out of. That's something else to keep in mind. Also, with that being said, working out of Darnassus, and I'll go ahead and explain why we would be working out of either Darnassus or Astronar. Simply, it comes down to mobility. Primarily, the Horde have moved their forces into Ashenvale. There's a big war going on right now between Ashenvale and the Barrens, or in between the Ashenvale and the Barrens, between the Horde and the Alliance, and you have the Silverwing Outriders, or excuse me, the Warsong Outriders, working with the Silverwing Sentinels, or working against the Silverwing Sentinels of the Night Elves. And the Night Elves have actually asked for us to come in and help them fight against the Warsong Outriders. And I know there's a little bit of, I think there were some war crimes committed today. And if it comes to that, if I have to go speak to the leaders of the Horde in order to create a pact, something to prevent these war crimes from being committed, then I will do so. I would like to call this pact the Warsong Pact, but if it comes to that, I will work on the Warsong Pact. So that is something to think about. That is something to just keep in the back of your mind. But at the same time, you want to let them know. Okay. Next up, are there any questions? Actually, I'm going to go ahead and open the floor for questions, and one at a time.
Real quick.
Okay. And state your name, please.
Hydevolk.
Hydevolk.
I was curious when the pieces were going to be added to the bulletin so we could queue up, or not queue up. Missing the word here.
volunteer your services?
When we could, when I could volunteer my services or apply for a leadership position.
That will be done shortly, within the next few minutes, even.
Okay, thank you, my lord.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, sir. If you a moment of your time.
Absolutely.
I'm a dwarf paladin named Ansium, and I've reached my 25th season. However, I have a sister who I may transfer my power over to. She's a priest. What is the process by which to best do that, if need be?
If you have a sister, if you have a family member that you would like to give up your position to in the crusade, as part of the crusade, then that is something that can be done. Absolutely. Just make sure to contact one of the leadership, and they can do that for you.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely, Ansium.
My liege, this is Dak. May I approach with an offering for the crusade?
Yes, absolutely. Now, Dak, is that true? You were the first of the crusade to attain the 25th season?
Yes, I did not sleep at all until I had acquired the 25th season.
Ah, very good, very good.
I have two things. First, a worthy mantle for you.
Oh, excellent. Excellent, a very worthy mantle. I will trade you 4 linen cloth for said mantle. I think that is fair for your efforts. Thank you.
And second, I have acquired secret knowledge from the Horde. As far as I know, this is the greatest quality food that may be obtained in the world currently for the crusade. I have also learned it myself. This is an extra recipe that I have created.
Ah, very good. The heavy crocolisk stew. Well, I'm glad you took notes on this. I'm glad you wrote this down for us here. You obviously have, like you said, you didn't sleep until you attained the 25th season, so I will give you some water for your troubles, and you can take a rest. Thank you, Dak.
And that is it.
All right, great. Thank you. We're going to make sure to give this to the Crusade chefs to make sure to have this prepared for us. The heavy crocolisk stew. Okay. Are there any other questions?
My lord. My lord.
One at a time.
My lord, this is Sacred Fox. You know me as the Paladin Fox, but when I joined the order, they gave me the nickname Sacred. I would like permission to not get kicked out for not role-playing as Sacred Fox.
What is role-playing?
Sacred Fox.
What is role-playing?
Well, they say that I'm just the warrior in the church. And I'm role-playing as a paladin because I have Sacred Fox as a name. I need permission from my liege to be called Sacred Fox.
No. From this moment forward, you will just be called Fox.
I will pray to the gods.
However, you will not be excommunicated from the crusade.
Thank you, my lord. I will help bring everyone to the 25th level.
Very good. Very good.
My lord.
Yes.
Lolcat here. Sabretooth. During the Battle of Ashenvale, we heard you running and yelling, "I need to take out my penis, slap it on the table, and dominate the realm."
Yes.
And then the realm seemed to crumble.
That is
there
because-
anything we can... Yes.
I would like to clarify that is because the penis was too large.
Understood. Is that going to be a recurring issue going forward? Anything we can do to support your penis in the future?
It's getting cold, thankfully. So hopefully this will no longer be an issue.
Understood. Thank you, Malik.
Thank you.
My lord, I got a quick question.
Yes.
This is Makan. If we are working with agents outside of the crusade, should we, is there a public place to host them or when we're speaking to each other and working together within the means of communications that we have?
Yes. There is another place that is currently open for as another channel of communication. If you truly open your heart to the light, there is another another channel of communication if you think very, very righteously, if you think very truthfully. Not just through the channels of Crusade, but also through my own personal channels. You may communicate with others, and that is available to you, that you can freely share with others, and that is totally acceptable behavior.
Perfect, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sir.
Yes.
A few knights have come up to me and asked.
Mm-hmm.
They say the squires have no way to get up to knighthood. And they suggested that the squires serve the knights, and when they have done adequate service, they can get promoted.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of this?
You have to earn your way. You have to earn your way into this guild, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done. If we need people to go, and they need to team up, group together to be able to cleanse the lands of Horde, or even venture into various different locations and defeat the enemies, because they do keep coming back. I mean, Edwin Van Cleef is a terrible, terrible, terrible man, and he has a gang of Defias thugs that will not stop. And I would not be surprised to someday see those same thugs coming directly into Stormwind and trying to terrorize the buildings in here. So if those who are of higher rank than you ask you for help, whether it's to defeat the Horde or whether it's to defeat any of these other foes that are placed around the, that reside around the realm, then if you are able to, I would ask you to do so, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes. One at a time, please. Yes.
This is Sangela. As you know, I'm a very ancient night elf who just started roguing not 4 years ago. And I require advice, my lord.
Yes. Yes. What do you, what is...
About 4 years ago, I joined what is called the Subtlety Coalition as a freelancing rogue.
Mm-hmm.
And despite this 4 years of service, the badge they gave me only says 2 years on it. And I wanted advice on how I might get my boss to give me a 4-year sub-badge, if you will, for my 4 years of service instead of 2 years. Please respond.
I'm sure the 4-year subtlety badge, as a paladin, I have nothing to do with such things. However, the 4-year subtlety badge and the 3-year and the 5-year subsequently, I'm sure they will be given to you soon. However, as of right now, I have next to nothing to do with that, and we have much other more important business at hand.
Understood. Thank you.
My lord.
My lord.
Yes.
Oh, hello. Denzel, sir. A pleasure to be healing. Man of the faith. I was wondering if potentially, at this point or another, I could say a prayer for our guild meeting.
You know what, Denzel, go right ahead. Thank you. We should have actually that is my fault. We should have opened with prayer. I should have done that prior, but it's okay. Denzel, go right ahead.
At any time you need a prayer, sir, look no further than Big D, as they called me back in when I was a paladin. Oh, it's a long story. You don't care. Everybody. I thank you all for gathering here today in the name of the Alliance. We gather for a holy crusade, one that is meant to protect these lands from the Horde scum. Gathering for the purpose of the crusade is one that I admire and one that I will dedicate my last breath to, however distant that may be. With that being said, may the light bless you all. Thank you for coming, and I look forward to many adventures and battles by your side.
All right,
thank you.
Amen. For the light. Thank you. Very good. Yes, thank you, Denzel.
Amen. Amen.
Mm-hmm.
Amen.
My lord. Liege, it's your man, Defizzle. I have a question for you.
Very good. Go ahead.
I want to know when you are going to finish your manuscript on the seal twist.
Yes, on the technique of twisting the different paladin seals, imbuing yourself with multiple holy powers at the same time. Yes. I've been working very diligently on this, and I've handed my research to my scribe, to my personal scribe, and he's going to be putting it together for the archives very soon, hopefully within the next couple of days.
Yo, my siege.
Thank you.
My lord,
High Lord Esfand.
Yes.
Might I approach the stand?
Yes, go ahead.
Many thanks. My name is Arthur John Hosier. I would like to address the matter of our guild tabards, the colors that we wear to signify our rank amongst the crusade. Many have said that they wish for a return to the classic red and gold, and I myself, I am quite fond of the blue and gold, but I propose that we perhaps meet in the middle and don robes of purple and gold, since this is a combination of the two colors you see. Another idea, I believe that a hot pink would be quite fetching. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
My lord.
To answer that, thank you, Arthur. No, we will not be doing that. We will either run with a blue tabard or a red tabard as a part of our colors, and there will be no exceptions, other than exceptions that I decide upon at a moment's notice, which could happen at any time.
Blue's my favorite color.
Oh, too bad.
Is that lemon?
Hi, Lord
My lord, I have a question.
Yes?
My lord, you spoke of war crimes.
Mhm.
I am unaware of what those are as a rogue. Could you explain further?
So there may have been some war crimes committed today, and these said war crimes may have caused a rift, an ethereal rift to have occur in Ashenvale between the Silver Moon and the War Song, and us being a part of that battle may have caused a catastrophic amount of damage to this realm, and as such, there may come a time where we have to, like I said, I may have to work on the Warsong Pact, and there may be something that needs to be done in order to prevent that ethereal rift from occurring once again.
I understand. My
My
question
lord
is,
Esfand.
could I continue to prune the smaller horde in the Stone Talon Mountains? That does not count as a war crime, correct?
This is a fantastic question, and this is something that is very important as a part of the crusade. And I take it very, very seriously. When we want to come and dispense justice upon the Horde and liberate their wretched souls, we need to do so in such a manner that they do stand a fighting chance. We do not want to go out of our way to destroy the young ones, those that are unseasoned, because I personally believe that there is no sport in that. As important as it is to dispense justice and spread righteousness from sea to shining sea, it needs to be done in a way that is proper. And I do not approve of such things.
Mercy for the young.
Well, the young maybe not, but the unseasoned. Let's say the unseasoned, because if it's a seasoned young, then anyway. Next question.
My lord Esfand.
My lord.
Yes.
Are you talking to me, sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
My lord, this is Cinna. You look very parched. Can I bring you some water?
I am, however. Let's wait until the end of the let's wait until the end of the meeting in order for me to take a drink. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Cinna.
No problem.
My lord Esfand.
Yes.
I come as a representative of SI7. Today we were aided by a guild known only as the Wall. They are led by a man known as the Roach King. Can we expect their aid in the future? perhaps as part of these accords you speak of?
I think that we have a. I do need to speak to the one who built the wall, and possibly we can have an alliance built between the two of us. I do expect those who are a part of the wall to work with us hand in hand, and I do expect us to work with them hand in hand as well, as they are a part of the greater alliance, and we are going to need to work together because at the end of the day, and this is something that we have dealt with in the past on previous realms before we've made our travels here, we will be outnumbered. There will be more horde available to fight against us than we can bring to the table oftentimes, but we have to go out there and we have to out-strategize them, and that's just the truth.
Thank you, my lord. I will go report this immediately.
My liege.
Yes.
My liege, this is Scarletta. May I approach the altar?
Yes, of course.
My liege, Corporal Esfen. I hear much talk of blood and crusader strikes. How do we ensure that our pursuit of justice does not blind us to the potential for redemption and healing? Does the light not teach us forgiveness?
Forgiveness is earned, not granted. And I do think it is important that we, as righteous members of the Crusade, do believe in the process. We have to have confidence, belief, and faith that our process will yield results. And we should care about life, liberty, and the pursuit of justice. So, with all that being said, I think those who seek forgiveness, we give them every opportunity there is to earn it. However, it is not granted for free. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you, my liege.
My lord, that's
Yes.
My lord.
Yes. One at a time, please.
Was that me?
Go ahead.
This is Wayon, my lord. In the Warsong Gulch, there are quite high leading horde doing quite an insane job, honestly, at coordinating the efforts of the horde. We genuinely need to do something in the Gulch to push back against the efforts such as Sony and Ampi. Those two high-ranking officers are getting far too powerful.
Indubitably. So, like I said, there is a very, very serious battle going between the Silverwing Sentinels and the Warsong Outriders, and we will go assist them as they have requested. Thankfully, when we go into the Gulch, when we go into the Gulch in between the Barrens and in between Ashenvale, there's only a limited amount of space for our troops to enter. Honestly, with that limited amount of space between the Horde and the Alliance to be able to enter, I expect there to be a solid effort given because it is a fair battle. It is a fair
a coordinated strike.
I think there needs to be work done if in this fair battle between the Horde and the Alliance we are not victorious. I think there needs to be work done in order to train to become more coordinated and be able to defeat the Horde in the Gulch. Yes.
All right, good. Thank you.
My lord.
This is Bob Block. I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I thought the point of an Inquisition was for people not to know about it. Why are we announcing one?
Because nobody expects the Crusade Inquisition to be announced.
Very good.
Mm-hmm.
My liege.
Thank you, Bavlik. Yes.
Captain Zolinar Lightbringer of the Light's Hope Chapel at your service, sir. I have one quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
The shield is my calling. Delving the depths of the darkest dungeons is my calling. Are we also required to face the Horde in the open battlefield? Or is that something that we are only... Is that something that we have an option of doing?
No, that is something that is required. That is a primary concern of the Crusade going forward. Because, truthfully, with the current issues at hand that are facing us this season, it is really our only option. It's the only way that we can go and truly spread righteousness with the Crusade.
Very well, my liege. I will hone my craft. Thank you, sir.
My Lord Esfand, may I approach you?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Let me kneel. My name is Smitestesh Venturius, and I hate to bother you, but my sister Maribel, she's noticed you, and she would kill me if I didn't ask. Have you considered taking a wife?
No. I am currently married to the idea of spreading righteousness across this entire realm.
Well, she may be soul-crushed, but she would kill me if I didn't ask. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
My lord.
My lord.
Yes, one at a time, please.
May I go?
Yes.
Now, I have 2 questions, if that is okay.
Go right ahead.
I am Bligus of Westfall. Now, some people may have things about their past that they do not wish to reveal, or they may not remember. How do I say this? How much detail must we give to other members of the Crusade when it comes to our backstory and our past?
Okay, I understand. I mean, there is a very, many people have a very clouded past, and I'll be honest with you, while we do have while we have a very righteous standard here, it's not entirely about your past in the Crusade. It's about the present, and it's about the future. It's about where you're going from this point forward. So, if there's several things that you may not want to share from your past, I would expect a little bit of honesty about your past. However, if you don't want to share everything about your past, I think that is perfectly acceptable.
Now, this ties into my first question, but as you know, there are many rogues that have joined the Crusade that may have come off the streets, or petty thieves, and would sin and steal. Now, coming forward, many are turning away from this path, but they still have the skills to pickpocket. What would be the moral conundrum of pickpocketing our enemies and stealing from them, such as the Defias Brotherhood?
I believe, personally, outside of a few specific factions, I think it is morally incorrect to be pickpocketing as a member of the Crusade. However, I think the Defias are evil, and I think that specifically is acceptable behavior. I also think there may be times where you're in a life or death situation, and in order to be able to survive and continue your training and to continue seasoning your abilities more properly, if you need to do so, then you have to do what you have to do. However, if you can keep from pickpocketing somebody in order to continue on, I would prefer for you not to do so.
Thank you, my lord.
Might I speak, my lord?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Darvin Boldbeard of the Boldbeard clan. But you can call me Boldbeard on account of me bald head.
Okay.
I'll be wondering, these non-sanctioned attacks in the depths of Black Fathom? Might we have some form of bulletin boards? Perhaps some sort of sign-up boards within the Raven system of messaging? Some sort of method for that?
This is a fantastic question. Fantastic question. So, this is actually something we are also currently working on. We are currently working on creating a bulletin board in order for those who are a part of the crusade to be able to work together, to be able to sign up to work together, and to defeat the enemies, the Naga of the Black Fathom Depths. So that is something that is currently in the process of being worked on. I believe that we are a slight bit of ways away from it being ready, but it is going to be ready quite soon. So that is a great question. Thank you.
Excellent. The gnomish engineers be working hard. May you rub me bald head for luck? Just go on, give it a little rub.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, there you go.
Oh, all right. Thank you, sire.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Davril.
My lord, I know you.
Go ahead.
I know you spoke of having the warlocks within our ranks and needs to keep them there. However, do we have to keep the gnomes? For example, there is one to your right, dancing like a harlot on the light fixture. It's very inappropriate to the light. That's all. Amen.
I do completely agree with the second part of what you're saying. However, we are a righteous group of people. And I will say this, the gnomes have been cast out of their own home. Gnomorgon has been taken over by the terrible trogs. Disease runs rampant in Gnomorgon. High Tinker Mechatork has taken over, and he's sided with the trogs, and he's completely ravaged what was once a very beautiful home for all these gnomes. We, as part of the Crusade and as part of the Alliance, can see that the gnomes offer quite a bit of engineering prowess, a very, very powerful tool in our arsenal, which I do expect to see more of, and that's something we can talk about in the future, about engineering and needing these gnomes in order to teach us their ability to engineer, and we want to support them. In fact, I will go as far as saying such. My plan,
where would you like to fly
as a part of this crusade, is to go forth someday, to go forth and to take back Gnomorgon for the gnomes. That is our goal. Yes, that is our goal. We want to take back Gnomorgon for the gnomes. Excuse me. We are going to save them. We're going to help them. So yes, the gnomes do have to be a part of this guild. Absolutely.
I understand, my lord. Then I will make them my maidens across the land.
My lord. Sir.
Yes.
Do you denounce the autonomous farming of gold that I see happening out in the world? I have.
Thank you. This is another great question, another great topic of discussion. I have seen many mindless drones, zombies, these troll hunters perusing through Hillsbrad. And I know that's not the only place they are. These mindless drones run from animal to animal, poaching without a license, not out of defense, but they are just killing to kill. And they're skinning them, and they are selling their skins illegally on the market. This illegal selling of these animal pelts does not go unnoticed, and I think as part of the crusade, we need to go forward and we need to make sure that if we see any of these mindless drones patrolling the lands, going from animal to animal and illegally selling these pelts, they're taken care of swiftly. And they are, you need to report them to the authorities as soon as you possibly can, and you need to slay them on the spot. I fully expect you to destroy every single one of these mindless drones on the spot. You can watch them for just a few moments, and it's very, very easy to tell that they are a mindless drone.
Thank you, sir. Usually their names are weird characters that I just don't understand.
Not weird, but they're not you don't understand them. That's all. So
Thank you,
that's
sir.
yeah. There you go. Now, another thing that leads me to the people of Hillsbrad have been under attack nonstop. The Hillsbrad fields run rampant with Horde. Rampant. The mines run rampant with Horde. I would like to see people defending the people of Hillsbrad. I've seen the farmers be murdered in cold blood, blacksmiths, tailors, peasants minding their own business, just murdered in cold blood. Miners, the sentries, the Hillsbrad militia has actually put sentries outside of the mines to protect the miners, and it's no good. It's no use. The Horde keep going forward and slaying them in cold blood. This is unacceptable behavior. So I would hope to see, and I may have to come up with a diagram for you, but I would hope to see that the Hillsbrad fields and the Azerlode mine stay protected for our Alliance brethren in Hillsbrad. Is there any other questions?
My lord.
My lord.
Yes, go ahead.
So, I am Visev, the gnome. I am an assassin of the shadow that you once showed the path to glory. I have come from Hillsbrad.
Okay.
I have been on a mission to dispatch the wickedness with the righteous fury of the light. But they keep returning. What should I do?
If they keep returning, you must keep returning. Make sure to keep the people of Hillsbrad safe.
I will.
Absolutely.
Salute.
Absolutely. Next question.
Yes, my lord. I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Mitika Avison, and I apologize for my voice. I have been slaying murlocs, and it seems their poison has gotten to me temporarily.
Okay, go right ahead.
Sir, I am wondering, there is a forum in which we can speak openly about ourselves. I'm wondering, is there a way that you may help me find such forum?
Speak openly about yourself in what way?
So I'm aware that we talk about us as people who are crusading against such evils, such as the Murlocs who have, stricken me with this terrible, terrible disease. And I would like to express the character in which I am. However, I'm not sure how to do so.
Well, in order to be able to express more about your character and who you are, for those that may not be aware, there is a certain forum in place that you can fill out your information. You can fill out your information on this forum that people can access, and this Librum. Actually, you fill them out in a book. It's a Librum. It's a book that you will be able to input. The book is called. It's the third volume of Total something. I don't remember what the next word was. However, it is the third volume of Total something. Yes, Total
Ret Paladin.
Total Ret Paladin. I can't remember. I just know there's an R and a P. Yes, there is an R and a P. But I don't know what the R and the P stand for. But you can actually open up this book, and there's a log that everybody can go and they can fill out their backstory. And I do expect everybody to give themselves access to this log. So to go ahead and go to your local library, go to the Stormwind Library, and take a look at Total RP, the third volume of Total RP. Again, I don't know what the RP stands for, but it does stand for something. It might be
Now,
Ret Pally.
There is a cursed forge that is next to the library, so I do suggest you stay away from that.
Yes.
There's a cursed forge, so
The cursed
please stay away
forge,
from that.
despite the fact that we are a righteous crusade, the cursed forge means us no harm, and I would have no fear of a cursed forge. In fact, I've used it several times myself, and that is my own personal recommendation would be to use the cursed forge for good.
My lord, if I may.
Yes.
The RP in TRP stands for Registry of Persons, so please do make yourself acquainted.
Thank you. I didn't speak to the librarian, but the Total Registry of Persons, the 3rd volume of Total Registry of Persons. I like that. Thank you for letting me know.
Esteemed leader.
No, one at a time, please.
At times, the manifestation of my demon form becomes an unavoidable necessity in our battles. Will my occasional display of this form be accepted in service of our cause?
Yes. However, I fully expect that if you are within the cathedral, if you are within the Church of Stormwind, that you do not show yourself in your demonic form or bring your demons in here, because of 2 reasons. 1, out of respect, but 2, for your own health, because the light does burn you, and it would be an awful shame if we lost one of our many valuable warlocks to such a thing.
Yes, my lord. As a warlock of the light, I wield both the shadows and the light, and will defend our cause.
Very good. Very good.
What about this cool naked dude? Can he stay in here?
Which one? No, that is also a demon. The demon has that incubus has to leave. There will be no demons in the church.
Damn.
Yeah, there will be none of those. Next question.
My lord. It is I, Bishik. As I walk through the streets of Stormwind, there is something fearsome and more disgusting than the fluid-dripping undead that I see roaming the fields, and it's frightening. I've caught on to a tradition the street rats play called death rolling. This death rolling does not seem to be of the holy path. What say you on this death rolling?
I do not sanction nor approve of this death rolling that occurs. It occurs in the streets. It clouds the minds of the children of Stormwind. I've seen those even of the 4th and 5th season. Children even. Death rolling in the streets. And this is because of a terrible, terrible influence that has been given to them from those of higher seasons. This is a horrible, horrible thing that's happened. And while I will leave you to make your own decisions on such things, I personally do not approve of this death rolling, and I will have no pity for you if you death roll yourself into poverty.
My lord.
Yes.
I recently saw some filthy street urchins in the clan Kick.com who were being supported by Kick.com in order to death roll.
What is
Should we slay them in the street?
What is a .com? I don't know what a .com is.
I am unaware. That was the name of their clan. I'm just wondering if we should just slay those filthy street urchins.
I know nothing of such a thing, and I will pay no mind to it until I know. Thank you.
If I may, my lord.
Yes.
.com are servers that the gnomes from Gnome region are making up, the evil powers. It's new servers and new technology they're making to spread their evil influence on these younglings and these people across the world and realm.
Sorry, can you ask me the question one more time? There's a dancing bear that is distracting me. I was staring at him. One more time, can you repeat your question?
He is distracted by the bear.
My lord, if I may.
Okay, go on.
Before you send the assault, can I give some advice on what we should do on the battlefield?
Yes.
Before you send the assault, my lord, thou shalt count to 3. No more, no less. 3 shall be the number thou shalt count, and the number of counting shots be 3. 4 shalt thou not count, neither count thou 2, excepting that thou then proceed to 3. 5 is right out. Once the number 3, being the third number, be reached, then thou shalt hoist thy blade and strike thy foe.
I agree.
That's the demon. It's pretty true.
Just fucking exploded.
My lord, whenever I hear him speak, it makes me want to kill myself.
I think
We must not
there's.
speak like that in the cathedral.
Listen, there's. I don't know what just happened. I think my brain just exploded from the numbers.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate your input. But the amount of numbers, I don't know what kind of curse you were casting upon us, but please be careful when you cast that again.
All right.
Thank you.
I think she wants you to count to 3, boss.
My lord, I think the gnome has been silenced. I do
okay.
have some pressing matters to address.
Oh, go ahead.
Name's Hef. Hef of the Fellwood. I'm a demon hunter. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I was at the Wailing Caverns, looking for some pants, and the Horde, they won't let me get my pants. So I need to make a request. It's a little bit selfish, but yeah, I need those pants real bad. There's like 25 Horde constantly circling the Wailing Caverns, killing everybody that pass, even younglings. They're killing children. It's fucked up even for me.
Well, maybe Hef, maybe in your demon hunting escapades, maybe we can get some assistance for you a little bit later to be able to get you some new pants to be able to hunt demons even better than you currently do.
If I may.
It's really cold. It's really, look at these legs.
Yeah, you don't have pants at all, actually. In fact, the tabard is all that covers your. I can see.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I praise this tabard every day for protecting my my innocence.
Well, very good. Maybe we can get you some pants a little bit later, Hef.
Oh, thank you, my lord.
My lord, it is I, Baylor. I have a pressing concern as well.
Yes, go ahead.
I have been concerned about this charts we have concerning our professions. People keep asking in the same, I guess we say, chart on the same charts overall. They are being spammed in a way that they are asking the same question over and over. Is there another way we can go about this where our professionists in the guild can help our guildies? For example, I have full alchemy and I can help every guildie.
Yeah, you have full alchemy. What does full alchemy mean?
I have the full profession of alchemy in this realm.
As if
the elixir of lesser agility.
Oh, you have mastered your alchemical abilities, is what you're telling me.
Yes, I have mastered the chemicals, the art of chemicals.
Okay, very good, very good. I think there's the opportunity is there is a note you can post on the guild bulletin. You can post a note on our roster on the bulletin, and that would be the best way to make people aware of your abilities, of how far progressed you are in your professions.
I have tried as such the way you are suggesting, and that is what I mean. Those same channels have been run through over and over, spammed, and I have been asked over about 30 times the same question when I have noted I am such.
Well, then I think sometimes it's not on you; it's on them. They have to go in. They have to find it themselves.
All right, my lord. That is all.
Okay.
My lord,
Claps the
may I
road.
ask a question?
Just next question.
So I want to know what the ruling is on having to go out of town and leave for a sit night. I have to watch over my sick father's home, and I will be gone for a sit night. Will I be temporarily removed from the crusade for doing so?
We can approach that. We can approach that when it gets there. When will you be leaving?
In 2 days, my liege.
That is what season are you right now? What season have you attained?
I am 24, almost season 25.
I think you have nothing to worry about, but I would, however, make note of it with the leadership.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Absolutely.
My liege is I, Fachemin. May I have a word?
Yes, Fachemin. Go right ahead, please.
Thank you. Fachemin of the Cenarian Circle, hailing from Darnassus. May I offer Darnassus not as an area of war, but a sanctuary. Perhaps we reconsider Ratchet as our hearth, alongside our goblin allies. Its strategic proximity to Ashenvale and the Crossroads may serve as a strategic area of battle.
My worry with attempting to get space in the inn in Ratchet is I don't know if I can trust the goblins, for one. I don't know when the goblins are going to turn on us. For now, we'll work with them. They're neutral. However, I don't know if several years down the road they decide to side with the Horde, or even if they decide to attack. So I do not trust them. But the other thing, I do think that there may be a strategic advantage to being able to work in Ratchet, but we're going to have to speak with our leaders and see which of our options are going to be the best. I do like Darnassus because when they sing the songs of those who have journeyed the Black Fathom depths and conquered it with great success, I do think there is an advantage of resting in Darnassus and finding room in the inn.
I will take
We'll make that decision going forward.
Howdy, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
This is an Octoford. I'm from a small island outside of Elstrip. Peladine, I think it was. I just moved here about 6 days ago. I tend a small farm during the day, and this may come up in the agenda here soon. I first want to say, obviously, I'm very happy to be a part of such a large crusade for the light. I've never been part of something like this. It's very wholesome. But I was just wondering, any future meetings like this, is the sun usually sets a little later on my side of town. It takes me about a little bit of time to get here. Are we gonna have this about the same time in the future, or what's this gonna look like?
Not necessarily. The meeting time will be set on a case-by-case basis. There's no particular schedule to the meetings. Ideally, you will be known you'll be known at least a day in advance. Today, that was not the case. This was set yesterday, and the time wasn't known until today. So we have to be mobile with our schedule. That's the thing that's very important. We have to be agile. We have to be mobile. And we have to be able to change our schedule as we see fit.
Appreciate it, sir. You run a tight ship.
Thank you. Now, with that being said, I wouldn't expect the meetings to last far too long in the future. I wouldn't expect the meetings to last far too much longer than this in the future. Typically, something between an hour and an hour and a half is what I would expect our meetings to last.
My lord.
Yes, we'll take a few more questions here.
This one is very important. It's a question regarding the beasts, such as this gyrating beast in front of you. I have seen a few individuals being intimate with bears. Is intimacy forbidden among the crusade? Are we to be celibate?
Yes, it is completely forbidden. As a part of the crusade, celibacy is a vow that you've taken. Either before or after you've read the fine print. That's how this works.
Thank you. I promise.
Thank you. That's a very
I
good
make
question.
a vow to never do that. Bye.
Ceres Fan.
Yes.
My name is Sephiros Silverleaf of Darnassus. My father served with your father in the Battle of Mount Hyjal so long ago.
Yes. Oh, very good. Very good.
He often spoke of how they kept track of their dragon kills and other activities with points. My question is, how many of these dragon kill points are we getting for this meeting?
When it comes to the distribution of any sort of point system, I will be the judge of that, and I don't expect points to be handed out. These accolades to be handed out easily, but I do expect them to be taken away. In fact, I would expect it to be much more easy to have these things taken away from you than given to you at any point in time. Just so you know.
Very good.
Thank you.
I also have some advice for those who are new or even the season 25 and above. Perhaps they've never considered looking for specific season 20 to 25 gear. The gnomes, they've established many lines of communication, forming webs of knowledge. One of their technical libraries is called Wowhead Classic. They have filters for types of gear and levels. These tomes, they will tell you what quest you must complete or what vendors you must visit.
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, so what of these tomes? What of these tomes?
For example, I have found knowledge of a bow that exists for hunters at the end of a raptor quest line in the wetlands. I would have never known about that if I didn't read these tomes.
Well, you can share your knowledge of these tomes individually with fellow members of the Crusade, as you see fit. And others can go to the Stormwind Library and they can search the tomes as well themselves.
I will do. Thank you.
My lord, may I speak, please?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. This is Huntress Sleepies, the narcoleptic night elf. Now, on the subject of celibacy, I was wondering what thine lordship thinks of members of our crusade being spotted in the Goldshire Inn, participating in acts that maybe seem unworthy of the light.
Hey, that was one time, okay?
Hold. You've seen this with your own eyes, Sleepies?
Aye, my lord.
This is disgusting behavior. And I do not approve of any of this. If you are in
She's sleeping, what does she know?
Wait, this is a good point. Were you asleep?
Perhaps, but I don't know, actually. I don't remember if it was a dream. I was merely passing by on the way to the dead mines.
Oh, okay. That makes sense, actually. That's reasonable. Okay.
Sleepwalking.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, well, listen. We do not need to do... I do not approve of unspeakable acts occurring in any inn, be it Goldshire or elsewhere. If you are in an inn, I expect you to partake in normal inn activities, like sleeping and purchasing water or food, or just having a bit of ale for yourself at a table.
My lord.
That is quite a shame. I mean, yes, my lord. Thank you so much for the insight.
Very good.
That was normal inactivity.
That is not normal inactivity for the Crusade. Okay. Next question.
My lord.
Okay.
Nightshade figured at your side. Once our gathering draws to a close end here, might I propose a venture to the esteemed ice cream purveyor? A scoop of the finest ice cream doth beckon, to sweeten our tongues and lift our spirits at our earnest discussions. What say thee?
Ice cream shall only be awarded.
I can't
shall
believe I didn't
only
know.
be awarded after a glorious victory over the Horde. And, in fact, I will go ahead and I would take it a step further and say that there is really only one ice cream, and that is Tiggle's strawberry ice cream that we will be eating when the time comes.
Yes, thank you, Lord Esme.
My lord.
If I may.
Yes, next question.
On the thought of intimacy, what is the opinion of the Lord on Jork and thy shit?
One more time?
On the talk of intimacy, I was wondering what your opinion is on Jork and thy shit.
Excuse me, sir.
I know who you are.
Twisted mind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, listen. I don't need to know what happens in your private life. Next question?
Get it.
My lord?
Yes.
So, earlier you were talking about possibly setting hearths or just renting out rooms at the inn and, like, Elder Cell.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, I believe this will present some logistical issues because there's hundreds of us. So I believe we might have to, share beds and maybe strip down some of our gear so we can all fit. And specifically, I was wondering if, volunteer, if you needed somebody in your room, stay with me.
I have a single room available to me already, but thank you. I do appreciate the offer. However, I do already have a single bed available to me. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm disappointed, but
thank you.
You said you're single?
Yes, I think. Please do not speak out of turn. Okay, one at a time. We don't need everybody making a comment after every single question that comes about for the guild. Okay. Next question.
Very quick, my lord. With all these questions about intimacy, is this a sex cult?
No, absolutely not. Next question.
On the topic of despicable things, I have a question.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I was part of a war band of about 15 or so, and we were helping other paladins within the crusade obtain the knowledge of Divine Storm when a number of the paladins got the orb from the tower and then abandoned their fellow paladins. And I wanted to know your stance on this.
This is not, absolutely not, the behavior of a paladin. This is not paladin behavior. You don't exhibit selfishness. Selfishness is the last of the things that I would expect to see a righteous warrior of the light exhibit. It is absolutely disgusting behavior, and I fully expect those who follow the light to bestow their help unto others. So if you see them do such a thing, they may be excommunicated from the church, as far as I'm concerned.
Very well. Thank you for your answer.
Mm-hmm.
My lord.
Yes.
Now, I hear stories from the Darklands over next to Westfall Darkshore of a monster the size of an ogre, his stomach agape. They say it's an undead of strength that has not been matched. What? They call him Stitches.
Yes, I've heard of the mighty Stitches.
What shall we do about this cretin?
Yes, this abomination, if you will. Look, Stitches is a terrible, terrible, terrible abomination that runs rampant and attacks Duskwood. If you see Stitches unleashing havoc onto Duskwood, and you are there in person, I fully expect you to help defend Duskwood by any means necessary and at all costs. I expect you to help slay Stitches. However, be wary, because Stitches, being a disgusting, evil abomination of an undead being, he can come back to life, and he will constantly come and wreak havoc upon Duskwood. So if you see him in Duskwood, I expect you to attack.
Thank you, my lord.
My brothers, can I have a word?
Yes, go right ahead.
I have been tracking a fearful little elf.
Okay.
She took a trinket from me. Don't you happen to have it? by any chance?
I have not seen such a thing, actually. I've never seen such a thing.
Are you sure?
What can you describe this trinket?
It has a familiar number.
Uh-huh. Is this number... How is it familiar? Are you okay? Can I get you a lozenge?
I'm sorry.
I can make him drunk.
Oh, okay. I surely I have nothing in my possession that would be of use to you or anything like that. I wouldn't worry about it.
I will keep track.
Keep a look. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
If I may, good sir.
Yes.
This is Gnome Warlock Tubes Tinkleton here. First off, thank you for your inclusion into Crusade and to Stormwind. Having to share a home with dwarves for so long is rather, well, unfortunate. They smell rather musky.
Ah, yes.
Also, I apologize for the nonsense my fellow warlocks displayed earlier, turning into demons and raining fire on the chapel floor like some hooligans. But regarding the call to war that you spoke of earlier, if we are currently dispensing indiscriminate justice to, hold on a second, let me check my notes, and Edwin Van Queef, and we are currently engaged with the enemy, should we just flee, or should we continue our incursion?
If you are currently fighting evil out within the realm, and you are, like you said yourself, dispensing justice to these horrible, horrible evil people that threaten the Alliance and the people of Azeroth, then I find it acceptable to finish what you're doing and immediately afterwards come join the fight. However, if you are not actively in the middle of in the middle of doing so, then I do expect call to arms to be acted upon.
Ah, great. Thank you, sir.
Yes, of course. What is this? I see we have a fruit, lemon. Am I pronouncing this right? Lemonism, or is it lemonism?
It's limonism.
Oh, limonism. Ah, yes. Do you have a question?
Oh my god. I'm so excited. I've never been part of a community like this before. I should have come up with something to say.
Then why were you in line? Limo?
My lord, are you season 25 perchance?
I am.
Well, then I just wanted to say congratulations on acquiring a new season in the World of Warcraft Classic Season of Discovery. I am proud of you.
Thank you, very good. But I don't know what half those words you just said means, but thank you, Limo. Okay, we'll take a couple more questions here before we conclude our meeting.
Are you charged? It's me. I'm Aaron Steel Arrow. I'm kneeling in front of you. Can you see me among this crowd?
Oh, there you are. I see you. I don't know. There's a bear here that we might need to have removed forcefully if he doesn't act right here. We could have him removed forcefully if he doesn't move on his own. But go right ahead. Steel Arrow.
I am a mercenary, and I've traveled from very distant lands. I wish to offer my services to the Crusade.
Yes, well,
for Lord Esfand, for each coin of gold, I will make our enemies feel tenfold in iron. My hard and straight steel will penetrate the tight enemy lines. I am the arrow that darkens the blue bright sky for our enemies. And my loyalty lies not in the gold of generals, but in the glory of battle. And it is with you, Lord Esfand, as your gold is with me.
Absolutely. Well, I accept. I thank you for lending us your bow, and we expect you to fight swiftly and righteously among our ranks.
Now, let's deal or pact. Trade me, my lord.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you seem to be
Yes.
busy. You seem to be busy with your hands right now.
Yes, let's seal or pact.
Yes, but it seems your hands are busy right now.
We can solve this after.
Well, there is. It's working now. Your hands are free
Yes,
now. I
it
can
is.
see. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Esfand.
Mm-hmm. Next question.
Lord Esfand, are you still off?
Sorry, one more time. There seems to
Are
be
you
just the
paused,
holy spirit of voices. They seem to be masking what you were saying. Can you repeat that?
Of course. This is Sinner, and I'm wondering if you are paused. I can make you wash.
One more time. I can't seem to hear. That seems to be just spectral voices that are clouding your voice.
My lord, if I may, Senna is offering you water for your parched throat.
Yes, sure. I will accept some of your water. Thank you. A few more questions. Salty has a question. Some beer-based boar ribs. Very good. These look incredible, actually. These are very, very well cooked. Thank you. Thank you, John. Okay. Next question. We'll take one or two more questions.
Oh my god, I found my push to talk bind. Holy.
We found it.
Found your what? Sorry, push to talk. What was that?
When I was a child, I got in an accident, and the gnomes, they put a little button on me. So
Oh, okay, very good.
Yeah, so like I run around Azeroth, right, a lot as a cat,
Mhm.
and I noticed there's also a lot of kittens, and I was just wondering if anyone wants to meet up in Moonglade for some.
That is salty. That is despicable behavior. Okay.
Hey, what's up, baby?
That's not. You are not even a kitten, Boblik. You are a warlock.
Okay, and
that is not okay.
Matt, can he meow for me?
That's okay. Next question.
Someone get us a cross and some nails.
My lord. It is
Yes.
Noxus.
Yes, Noxus.
We've been on many journeys together, and you've taught me how to bless. Let me bless you to finish off this meeting.
Oh, of course, Marxus. I will accept.
I have improved might.
Very good.
Shit. I had a mouse over. Huzzah, my friends.
Thank you. Very good. Okay, that concludes that does conclude our one more question.
I have some remarks for the crusade.
Okay.
May I approach the altar?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, it's pretty far back here.
Okay.
My name is Capri. Men and women of the crusade, we stand here gathered within our home of Stormwind. I must address the inappropriate behavior in the cathedral, as these gatherings are not meant to be squandered by such disregard for the setting. We should not, must not, forget that in order to protect these privileges that we hold, we must serve in the battlefield. Many have died at the hands of the invading horde due to the lack of our call to arms. We must set aside the differences and understand that those who fight to protect all we fight here are welcomed amongst the ranks of the crusade. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Capri. Thank you. Okay, so that does conclude our meeting. That's all we have for today. We have a lot more to talk about in the future. There's going to be some a manual, a war manual that we're going to be having to develop, likely here in the coming days. And our next meeting, we may have to go over some strategy and some other work that we may have out in the field. So, Thank you guys so much for joining me. And remember, when you're leaving the cathedral, there is no running in the church. That is disrespectful to run within the cathedral. So please, if you could walk out of here calmly and carefully, and don't run over each other, don't step into each other. That'd be great. Yes.
My name is Fiona Flag. My husband died with you on the raid in Ashenvale against the demons. I reign from South Shore. I am going right now to avenge the farmers and the miners if anyone wishes to attend with me.
Very good. Very good.
I shall accompany you because I am about to go there myself to exile the undead.
All right. Very good. Very good.
Hail, my lord.
Yes.
Not a question, but a statement.
Oh, go ahead.
This is my first realm, and I appreciate joining your ranks. Thank you all for inviting me. And Terry Ho.
Absolutely.
Terry ho indeed, good sir.
I hope you have a good time. It's very, very. There's a lot of expectation here for the crusade, so I appreciate your willingness to participate and be a part of the crusade.
I shall reach my 25th season, indubitably.
Indubitably.
Blessings to everyone for the crusade.
For the crusade!
For the crusade, absolutely.
For the crusade.
For the light.
Light.
For the light.
For Zachary.
Hail.
Let's kill some horn.
Stop, Salty.
You seem a bit worse for wear. No doubt the boars gave you some trouble, HM? No worries. I will be discreet about your struggle. I can imagine how hard it must be for you without the accusations of wagging tongues. Oh, you managed to kill the boars. Well, that is to say I'm not surprised. Any child could have bet. What bet? Have a good one.
Not used, but equipped.
What's on your mind? See you soon.
What brings you here? Hello. I am listening.
Alright. What is up, guys? Today we're gonna do some more Sun Gulch. We got our trinket. Not our trinket. Well, we have that too, but we got our survival of the fittest. Okay. Down. Okay. Yeah, so we got survival of the fittest. We are ready to go. Ooh, and our grave moss all sold. Nice. So I'm happy that we switched to, or we got herbalism, because I have made quite a bit of gold. Hey Fenris, what's up? Hey man, you've had a great day so far? Yeah, it's been pretty good. Okay, have all this set up real fast and then we'll go ahead and queue. Doing good. So I think what the plan is going to be is I'm going to stream for about 3 hours, and then we have the huge tree in our front yard, and we've been doing all the leaves and everything as they've fallen, but we just recently got some snow and all the rest of the leaves fell, and I need to take care of it before they start blowing into other people's yards. People in our neighborhood are very particular about their lawn, and I don't want my neighbors to be irritated at me, so I have to go take care of that today. So I'll probably stop the stream in about 3 hours, and then I'll go take care of that. Probably turn the stream back on in the evening, but that's kind of the plan.
Still recharging.
No HOA, just people are really particular about it. What's my played? 3 days, 8 hours. And he's got the mace. Well, speaking of which, I need to put armor things on that. Probably not a pre-made, so that's nice. What up, Starboard? Thanks for the head. I de-eat it, so hit me up if you need any other chance. A lot of people are asking me about the raid tonight, guys, or raids in general. I'm not 100% sure. I need to talk to Lemmings today about that.
That's fine. I don't feel like playing right now, anyways.
Yeah, thanks for that. It was a pretty high level head, I should say.
Yeah, actually, you know what?
Do you just heal and run flags in Warsong? I'm really struggling with Feral in Warsong. Kind of. Like, I put on hybrid gear normally, and then
mark my words.
I'll show you how I would play Feral. After this flag cap, I'll show you how I'd play. These dumb ferals don't know that they need to shift that. So you can pretty much land sleeps on ferals all day long. Okay, let's see if I can make this jump without speed. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Not today. You get owned by Warlock Dots and Hunter Pets. Yeah, you gotta play it gotta play it a little different. There we go. Okay, let's go to our Feral and I'll show you. I'll show you what I would do, what my technique would be. Oh, well, that's funny. My thing got switched around. Okay. One moment. Look at this healing just from him pumping people. So the dot portion of this is actually really strong. So actually try to dot up the team in a team fight. As you can see, it's ticking for about half of the damage it does up front. Basically, you just never want to get hit by people because you're still pretty squishy. So the only time I try and go in and melee people is if they're already kind of low, or if they're a class that I'm happy with going in melee range. Kind of like what we talked about before the game release, where it was like, why would you play melee hunter in PvP when you can just stay at range and not get hit? And it's kind of the same thing. Like, obviously, Mangle does a lot of damage, but I would rather just stay far away and Sunfire for less damage, but then I'm not taking hardly any. You know? And then if it's like a target that I'm on for a long time, I will... If it's a target that I'm on for a long time, I'll go and dump my combo points on them with a rip after I've Sunfired them a few times. If that makes sense. And to be honest, normally I wouldn't even run Savage Roar. I would just use Life Bloom. What about Bear? Bear's kind of crap. You don't get the speed or anything. Hold on a second, my dogs are freaking out. Okay, my bad.
How are you?
But yes, like I can just It's crazy. It's like
Squires in the land.
playing a excuse me. It's like playing a hunter, but you never have to worry about getting dazed. Because I can just sit here and range and run away. Yeah, I have the tanking rune, survival of the fittest. That definitely feels good in PvP. I got it last night.
Have a good one. Safe travels.
Have we heard anything? Have they done anything to Ashenvale yet, or still the same?
Alright, I'm going to bed. I'm tired as fuck.